emergency. I'm sure he will indicate within few seconds from now. But he's around. He was ready for the meeting, but he had to attend to that emergency. So we are expecting that he will be coming back to inform the members of the council on the way forward. Thank you.
Start our meeting, but before we start, let me apologize for being late. There was an emergency that I had to deal with. It had a potential of disrupting the council meeting. There are a group of citizens who stormed in City Hall and came where I'm located with my team at Lutulu Hall, demanding that I listen to them because they've got some concerns. I'm happy to report that after my engagement with the leadership of the group, we have agreed that they will disperse, and I'm going to meet them at 3:30 this afternoon to listen to their concerns with relevant DSMs and senior leadership. Thank you very much, councillors, for your understanding. City Manager, let's read the notice of convening the meeting.
Good morning and thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings.
Apologies, before we read the notice, there's a hand from Councillor Mthethwa. Councillor Mthethwa.
No, thank you, Chairperson. And I don't mean to drag this meeting longer than it already has. But you've
Sorry, Babu Mthethwa, before you proceed. Babu Mthethwa, you can speak. Apologies.
Look, you've just informed this council of a serious security breach at City Hall, which is the capital of our city. And it poses a risk to the employees at City Hall. How do people just walk in without being vetted? What does this say about our security in our facilities? Taking into consideration that we have lost quite a few employees during working hours while they were in their offices. How do the people just storm in and demand to see the highest officer of this council being the speaker without being vetted by security? How did that happen?
Yes, Babu Mthethwa is also my concern, and I will raise it with the city manager and the relevant officials. I'm also concerned, and as you are concerned, but for now, I suggest that you allow me a space to deal with the matter as I have already started. Then I will update council if necessary. Thank you. City Manager.
Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to His Worship the Mayor, the Whip of Council, the members of Council, the esteemed members of Council, Amakhosi asendlunkulu, ngiyakhuleka kuwo, the members of the media and the community at large. The notice of the meeting to all members of the eThekwini Council in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998. Members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of eThekwini Municipal Council will be held on Thursday, the 30th of June 2022 at 10 through Microsoft Teams to be streamlined from Durban City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager, Mr. Mpele, for reading our notice of convening the meeting. Councillors, I'd like to welcome Amakhosi asendlunkulu that are present in this council meeting. I also want to welcome all of you councillors, city manager, and all the officials who have connected to the council. I'm aware that there are members of the media who are also present. They are also welcome. Members of the community who are joining this meeting through live streaming. We are humbled and we appreciate members of the public who always make sure that they follow council meeting. I also want to mention that we are receiving comments that they normally post in our page, and we are taking all suggestions, concerns that are being raised or bring to our attention, and some of the service delivery related issues that are raised in our page by the members of the public. We have agreed with His Worship the Mayor that we have to establish a team that will coordinate responses to the members of the public who normally raise issues through our page. Again, thank you very much for connecting. Councillors will now sing the national anthem, and we are going to have a moment of silence for personal reflection, prayer, or any other form of a silence preparation for the meeting as we normally do. Let's all rise and receive the national anthem. Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Se chama
have a moment of silence for prayer? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you very much. With the national anthem, councillors, we will now receive the announcement. I do believe that announcement attached or have been emailed to all of you. Councillors are requested to complete the attended register posted on the MS Team chat platform. Administration is available to assist councillors struggling to open and complete the attended register. This is a reminder of the announcement we've made in our last council about the MS Team chat platforms for registration. Council mourn together with the entire South Africa the unfortunate tragic passing of the youth in the East London Nyobeni Tavern. This is indeed a sad way to end the Youth Month. A call is made to the youth of South Africa to entertain themselves in a responsible manner. eThekwini successfully held various events in commemoration of the Youth Month. The municipality is implementing various programs which are biased towards supporting youth to participate in the mainstream economy. We note with excitement the success of the AmaZulu Royal Household Inhlambo cleansing ceremony led by King Mrs. Zulu Kazwelithini following the passing of the late King Goodwill Zwelithini Kabheki Zulu. We wish the AmaZulu Royal Household all the best in their preparation to proceed with the other formalities pertaining the official coronation of the King Mrs. Zulu. Council extend appreciation to the local community, business community, and visitors to their patience and support as the municipality continues to implement projects to rehabilitate and restore infrastructure in the aftermath of the flood disaster. The city of eThekwini is ready to welcome visitors from all over the world for its trademark event, the Durban July, taking place over this coming weekend. All areas of eThekwini will feel the Durban July, be it as there are many other supporting events planned in association with the broader Durban July event. The city appreciates the resilience shown to bounce back from the disaster to experience economic growth. The event hosted recently has boosted the economy in many ways, with the latest being Ingoma Festival held at Moses Mabhida Stadium, and which has led to hotels reaching fully capacity. The municipality extends appreciation to various stakeholders that are supporting it to host events aimed at generating funds to support the floods victims. This is true meaning of citizens displaying high level of patriotism. While authorities have relaxed the COVID-19 regulations, the people of eThekwini are encouraged to exercise individual discretion to care for themselves since the COVID-19 has not been rooted out completely. Councillors are encouraged to conduct themselves with dignity and decency during the council proceeding and in compliance with expectations in terms of councillors' code of conduct. The MS Team visual meetings principles are now known and standard. Therefore, councillors are requested to adhere to the following. Councillors to ensure that they connect in a decent environment with no disturbance to be caused by surroundings. Councillors, you don't connect in a place that when you open your video, it might cause disruption to council. Councillors to be presentable, since this is still a formal council meeting. I don't want to remind you on what happened in one of the council where the way councillors were wearing, there were concerns raised. We have to be presentable. Councillors to raise a hand to be recognized when requesting to speak on the item. Switch off the video camera to improve stability of the network. Connect in the area with a stable network, since some of the technical glitches experienced are not coming from City Hall streaming, but in the areas where individual councillors are connected. Stay connected for the duration of the meeting to maintain quorum. Council to note that since the meeting is visually held, the speaker will exercise discretion in terms of allowing for comfort break. This will be announced accordingly. And councillors are requested to adhere to time allocated to the said comfort break to enable timeous commitments of the meeting. Councillors to note that the municipal council will be going on recess from the 1st of July. Yes, from the 1st of July to the 10th of July 2022, and during this time, matters requiring council decision shall be considered through Rule 28 of the Rules of Order Bylaw 2014. To emphasize councillors on this, council will be on recess from the 1st of July to the 10th of July. All councillors and committees are expected to resume their functions from the 11th of July or on Monday. Best wishes to all councillors celebrating their birthday this month. I thank you, councillors. Those are the announcements that we feel are important that we convey to you. We will now, councillors, get a report from the Office of the Speaker, as we normally do. The report, councillors, is submitted in line with the provision of Section 13F of the Rules of Order Bylaw 2014 to outline activities that have been undertaken by the Municipal Council over the month of June 2022, to request the Municipal Council to approve membership changes in the Ethics Committee. The preamble, councillors, of Schedule 7, the Code of Conduct for Councillors, as contained in the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, which read as follows. Councillors are elected to represent local communities on municipal council to ensure that municipalities have structured mechanism of accountability to local communities and to meet the priority need of communities by providing services equitable, effectively, and sustainable within the means of the municipality. In fulfilling this role, councillors must be accountable to local communities and report back at least quarterly to constituencies on council matters, including the performance of the municipality in terms of the established indicators. Given the above indication, councillors, holding of community engagement is one of the statutory obligations for councillors. It's not a matter of choice, councillors. We are expected to do it. Maybe if I may put it in other words, we are compelled by law to convene community meetings. In particular, this code of conduct is directed toward councillors that have an overall accountability for functioning of their wards. It has been reported to council that councillors have not been holding meetings and reporting as required. Below is an indication of community engagement held over the last 2 quarters of 2021-2022, it being noted that there are community engagement held but are not reported according to the office of the Speaker. Is a sign of ill discipline, councillors, if some of you convene community meetings and then you don't report to the office of the Speaker, because in our record, we can't report on something that we were not informed with. You remember that we once said in January, you remember there was no committee meeting convened. In February, there were only 25 meetings convened. In March, there were 2, very disappointing. And I don't know why in March there were only 2 councillors or committee meetings that were convened. In April, there were 4, no improvement. In May, there were 3. In June, there are 6. Councillors, as you are all aware, that members of the public are following these meetings as they stream live. I'm sure they are disappointed to hear this announcement of their councillors who are not convening a committee meeting to report back on council business and also to get some views and issues from the community. Again, councillors, I am aware that meetings they are being convened, but the problem, they are not reported to the office. I'm sure some of you who have convened those meetings, you'll be surprised and discouraged if maybe your meetings are not mentioned here. But let me make appeal again that all committee meetings be reported at the Speaker's office so that they are recorded accordingly. Councillors are encouraged to hold and report on community engagement held, and note that support to hold such meeting is provided from the office of the Speaker. On ward committees, on Sunday, the 5th of June 2022, all ward committee members that qualify from the verification process as contained in the rules regulating the establishment and the operation of ward committees were formally inaugurated to the municipality at an event that was held at the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center, ICC. The next phase and the last phase toward the establishment process is the first official ward-based meeting, that is ward inauguration meeting, that will be held over a month, the month of July 2022. The purpose of the inaugural meeting is to unpack to the committee members different portfolios to enable members to be allocated accordingly against the portfolios and elect ward secretary. It being the first official ward committee meeting, the said meeting will be conducted by the city administration to oversee the portfolio election processes. I also want to address council on the disruption of municipal-wide printing operation due to shortage of papers. The above mentioned was discussed at the last speaker and party whips meeting on Monday. It was indicated that due to the limited paper stock level at the supply chain stores, the printing department is currently experiencing some disruption in terms of the quantities of document being printed. Relative to councillors, the above mainly impact on printing of committee agendas and proof of address letters. Councillors indulge in this regard is requested while the matter is being pursued by supply chain. While the matter was discussed at the above mentioned meeting, the speakers and whips party meeting, there was a strong view, councillors, that the municipal council should try to start thinking about going a paperless route in view also of the fourth IR drive. It was then resolved that with the current paper shortages or shortage challenges, a survey among councillors be conducted just to get an indication of the number of municipal councillors that are ready to try the paperless route and receive all municipal documents electronically or through or via emails. The survey will be circulated to all councillors and they are urged to participate by indicating their state of readiness to receive documents in a soft copy than a hard copy format. Thereafter, those indicating readiness will receive electronic copies, it being further noted that those that are not ready will continue to receive hard copies, while relevant training is scheduled to address the identified gap. On the issue of the membership of the Ethic Committee, as I've indicated when I was outlining the purpose of the report, the Ethic Committee was established on the 15th of December 2022 by the Municipal Council as a statutory committee to support the Speaker in promoting compliance with Councillor Code of Conduct. In terms of the proportional representation, the Ethic Committee comprises of the following political parties. The African National Congress, they've got 4 reps. The Democratic Alliance, they've got 3 reps. Economic Freedom Fighters, they've got 1 rep. Inkatha Freedom Party, 1 rep. On the 15th of June 2022, the whip of the Democratic Alliance advised that with the resignation of Councillor Malene, there was a vacancy created on the Ethics Committee and requested that Councillor Hlengiwe Shozi be appointed to replace Councillor Ne. Therefore, it hereby recommended councillors that the Municipal Council approve the appointment of Councillor Hlengiwe Shozi, representing the Democratic Alliance, to the Ethics Committee as a replacement for Councillor Malene. I thank you, councillors, for your attention. City Manager will now move to the confirmation of the quorum I will request Secretariat to display numbers on the screen so that we confirm numbers. Thank you very much, councillors. There is a hand from Councillor Mtetwa before we confirm the quorum. Councillor Mtetwa, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question of clarity on your report. You've touched on the official inauguration of ward committees. If I may ask, what is the status of objections and appeals that were sent to your office? Have you dealt with those, and have you communicated with the appellants as to what your findings are? How many objections did you receive and how many have you resolved on? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Mtetwa. Normally, I don't allow councillors to engage the speaker's report because it is not a norm or a practice. But because we have raised the question, yes, I can place on record, Councillor Mtetwa and councillors, that all objections and appeals that were brought to my attention, they were all attended to. Then we formally responded to all the complainants. Hence, today, I'm confirming that the inauguration that was conducted at the weekend that I've mentioned was conducted after that process was exhausted. Thank you very much, Councillor Mtetwa. Let's confirm the numbers, Secretariat. Let me have the numbers on the board. How many? Are we meeting the quorum? Yeah, councillors, we looking at the numbers that we have, I'm sure you all see, the council meeting correlates. Thank you very much. We will then request the city manager to present.
Sorry, Speaker.
Oh, Chair. Oh, sorry.
There's someone want to speak?
Councillor Nkosi.
Councillor Nkosi, you are recognized.
And Councillor Mtetwa, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to you and colleagues and officials and members of the public and media. If I may ask, where does these numbers come from? Because on the side of the IFP, we don't know where does 6 councillors that are being displayed, where did the information come from? Thank you.
In other words, Councillor Nkosi, you are disputing the numbers that are presented in front of us, so that if it's so, I have to confirm to each and every party through their whips to confirm their numbers if there's a doubt that the information that is in front of us is questionable. Let me assume, Babu Nkosi, that is your point you are trying to bring to my attention. I will therefore go through all the parties as they appear in the screen, so that we are all certain that the council meet quorum. Secretariat, let me have the screen again so that numbers are not questionable. Let me start from the ANC. Anyone from the ANC who will confirm numbers? Let's try, Secretariat, to unmute party whips so that they will address us. Let me move to DA. Let me move to TA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the last count, we were 47.
47. Thank you very much, Babu Mtetwa. EFF. EFF. Let's move to IFP while the ANC and EFF, maybe they've got some technical issues. Please unmute their mic so that we are sure that they are unmuted. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So far, we are 13.
IFP 13, thank you very much, Babu Nkosi. Action SA.
Speaker, I can confirm that at the moment it's only me, but other councillors will be joining us, Councillor Radebe.
Thank you. As soon as they join, you will indicate. APC.
One.
APC 1, thank you. ACC.
2, Speaker.
Thank you. ACTP.
Speaker 2.
Thank you. AIC. AIC.
AIC 2.
Thank you. DLC.
DLC 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. ATTAC.
Thank you.
ATTAC.
1, Speaker.
Thank you. APF.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. HCM.
1, Speaker.
Al-Jama. Al-Jama. JEP.
JP 1.
Thank you. KZNI. MF.
Present.
Thank you. Mosa.
Present.
NFP. NFP.
Konothengayo.
Yabona-ke, we have not yet even started the meeting, but there's someone now who's talking without being recognized. Please, councillors, as we were requesting you, be orderly, don't disturb the meeting. Please switch off your mic so that you don't disturb the proceeding of council. NFP. PFP.
PFP present.
PRM.
PRM present, Mr. Speaker.
Siyabonga. TA.
TA is present, Mr. Speaker.
UMI.
UIM present.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Freedom Front Plus present.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to KZNI. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama is present, Speaker.
NC. Councillor Mvubu, is your hand up from EFF?
Thanks, Chair. No, it was up because I wanted to repost that our mics were muted.
Okay, are you
So
fine
that's
now?
we couldn't, we couldn't report. So, but I can just quickly give it the stats to you, Chair.
Please.
Currently, we have 21 members that are currently on this meeting. The rest of them are still trying to log in. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mvubu. ANC, are you ready? ANC?
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
Good morning to you and the leadership present, officials and umphakathi wonke osilalele. I-ANC njengamanje ngifuna ukuconfirma ukuthi there's 90 of us. We are currently tuning through at City Hall, Council Chamber. Officials are still trying to assist some more members to join virtually, but the meeting is being streamed and we are all tuning in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. I think we have checked all the parties. Can we confirm the numbers, Secretariat? How many to meet the quorum? Thank you very much, councillors. As per the submission from the political parties, we do meet quorum. Therefore, I will again request the city manager to present the applications of leave of absence. There is a hand from Whip of Council, Councillor Ntuli, Tembo.
Ibonga somlomo ngibingelela umhlangano I'm covered into ebengicela ukuthi ni unmute ama members particularly our executive ngoba khona anga unmutiwe njengozama sokhabase namanye kona kwade ifisa khona into yokhuluma ngingakwazi ukukhulumeka ngoba kunale nkinga ba mute abantu aba unmute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Whip of Council, for bringing that to our attention. The team is listening, but I will therefore officially request the team that assist us, the Secretary, to make sure that all party whip are unmuted, and at a time when a councillor is recognized, you quickly unmute him or her so that council run smoothly. Thank you very much, Whip of Council. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wish to take the council through the leave of absence that we have received. We have the first one from Inkosi J.J. Shangase. He is not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor W.J.D. Byrne is not available since the 27th of June till the 1st of July due to personal commitments. Councillor R. Kluti, not available today, only for personal commitments. Councillor R. Mbonambi, also not available today due to personal commitments. And Councillor J. Naidu, not available today. He is indisposed. He or she is indisposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager, Mr. Mpele. Councillors, are all these leave of absent applications accepted?
Approved. Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. There are two hands, Councillor Mtetwa and Councillor Kubega. Councillor Mtetwa, you are recognized. Mr. Kubega will come after.
Thank you, Chair. I do know that there is a list of people that were submitted by my office to your office, that being Councillor Tex Collins, Councillor Zoe Solomons, Councillor Charmaine Susanka, Councillor Siboniso Sibisi, and Councillor Fatima Ismail.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor Mtetwa, for bringing that. I'm not sure what happened, but if maybe there was a mistake from my office when leave of absence were captured, approaches will also present that to council and they will be accepted as council has indicated. Thank you very much. Babukpela.
Thank you, Speaker. On our side at Action SA as well, we've got two councillors who I know they submitted their request as well. It's Councillor Beasley and Councillor Farouk Ahmed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. babukubheka ngokuthi usikhumbuze again approaches if maybe there was a mistake in my office to the team that support us to capture those approaches. Thank you very much, babukubheka. They will also be recorded as presented. Councillors, we'll move now to the confirmation of minutes. We have 5 sets of minutes. The first set of minutes was the meeting that was on the 31st of May, 2022, of an ordinary council meeting and also the special meeting. We just want to check those minutes and we confirm them for record purposes. We'll start, councillors, from page, I think it's page, they start with an ordinary council meeting, then we'll follow with a special meeting. I think it's page 381. Then if there are no corrections, we'll then quickly move to 382. And then 383, 384, page 385, page 386, 387, 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, 396, 393, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 48, 49, the last page is 400. If there are no correction, councillors, can I get the mover and the seconder of the minutes that for the meeting that was on 31st of May 2022? Yes, there are 2 hands, Councillor Kwala and Councillor Kambule. Councillor Kwala, you are recognized. Can you please assist to unmute his mic? Councillor Kwala?
Angibonge Sihlalo. Angazi noma i-declaration of interest uyijombe usazobuya kuyona noma mhlambe kube yiphutha. Bengifuna ukureminder lokho mhlambe bese bengi-advance ke kuyona.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, Babu Kwala for reminding us. It was an error on my side. Thank you for being a deputy speaker who have not been elected. Thank you for your assistance, Babu Kwala. Councillors, let me formally apologize for that mistake. There's an important item that, in terms of the rule, we have to attend to the declaration of interest. It was an error on my side. Apologies. Councillors, let me find out if there are any councillors who want to declare their interest before we proceed on item 8. Councillor Kuala.
Angibonge somlomo. Bengifisa nje ukudeclare a concern of interest about a report. I'm not questioning a report as speaker, but it will be prudent if a 1 billion for that disaster to be tabled on this report of yourself as a speaker, because we are only 2 months. We can't be just forgetting about the people where we never done justice to them, because of they were promised R1 billion and R1 billion is not there,
Babu Kuala.
and there is no report that states
Babu
where
Kuala.
are we as a.
Councillor Kuala.
Yebo.
Yeah, bengicabanga ukuthi in terms of the practice of how council conducted business, ubuzoshayisha ukubona ukuthi leliphuzu olibekayo emhlanganweni likwenza ukuthi ube seceleni ngokwenqubo yokuphatha komhlangano. Ngiyacela ukuthi uma ungeze udeclare any interest as expected, mhlambe leli udaba okhuluma ngayo le billion singalifaki la kulomhlangano, kodwa lona liyezwakala futhi ngiyazi ukuthi liyakhulunywa enhlangano efanele njengemhlangano ye-executive. Ngizokuvumela ukuthi uqhubeke ukukhuluma kuphela if you declare interest as expected. Councillor Kuala.
Yes, hlalo uma ngi-out of order ngiyokwamukela, kodwa that was my declaration of concern of interest.
Siyabonga. Siyabonga Councillor Kuala. Thank you very much. There's no other hand. Councillors, let's go back to get a mover in the second of the minute. Any mover? Councillor Madlala, your hand is up. You are recognized.
I move, Chair.
Councillor Madlala move. Any seconder? Let's get a second of the mover. Councillor Shait? Site?
I second it, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The minutes of the 31st May 22 have been duly adopted. Now, the next set of meeting on the very same day is a special meeting that was on the same day as I've mentioned earlier. We will start on page 372, 373, 374, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, the last page. If there are no corrections, let me get the mover.
I move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brady. Any second of the mover? Councillor Madlala.
Second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sazabe. The minutes have been adopted. Then we now deal with the in-committee minutes for the meeting that was on 31st May 2022. These are the in-committee meeting. They start from page 407 with the attendance, then from page 408. Councillor Madlala, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's a guidance request, Chair. If we shouldn't keep the in-committee minutes and adopt them during the in-committee session of the council, because as of now, we have people who are not part of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Madlala, for assisting the direction of the meeting. Yes, because these are in-committee minutes that were discussed in an in-committee meeting. They have to be adopted at a relevant meeting, which is in committee. Thanks, Councillor Madlala. We will now deal with the minutes for the meeting that was on the 7th June 2022. Again, there are two sets of meetings. There's an ordinary council meeting and a special meeting. Let's start with the ordinary council meeting from page 449, 450, 451, 452, 453, 454, 455, 456, 457, 458, 459, 460, 461, 462, 463, 464, 465, 466, 467, 468, 469, 470, 471, 472, 473, 474, 476, sorry, 475, 476, 477, 478, 479, 480, 481, 482, 483, 484, 485, 486, 487, 488, 489, 490, 491, 492, 493, 494, 495, 496, 497, 498, 499, 500, 501, 502, 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508, 509, 510, 511, 512, 513, 514, 515, 516, 517, 518, 519, 520, 521, 522, 523, 524. Then there's a following page after 524, which is 518, 519, 520, 521, 523, 524, 525, 526, 527, 528, 529, 530, 531, 532, 533, 534, the last page, 535. Let me get the mover for the adoption of this set of minutes, the 7th of June, 2022. Let me get the mover.
I move, Mr. Speaker. I move.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. Any second of the mover? Councillor Ndlovu.
I second.
Thank you, Kajeni. Therefore, the minutes are duly adopted. The second set on this day are the minute of the special meeting of council. Let's quickly move. 418, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, 434, 435, 436, 437, 438, 439, 440, 441, 442, 443, 444, 445, 446, 447, 448, 449, 450, 451, 452, 453, 454, 455. Then the attachment is an address by His Worship the Mayor on the budget. That's how these minutes were ended. Councillors, can I have a mover for the special meeting of council? Any mover?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Al-Jama will move.
Al-Jama move, thank you. Any seconder?
Action SA will support.
Thank you very much, Action SA, for seconding The minutes have been actually adopted. I think we have dealt with all the minutes. Councillors will deal with the in-committee meeting at a later stage. We'll now move, councillors, to questions in terms of section 27 of the rules of order. In our agenda, there are 3 questions to be responded to. I just want to remind council that questions that are being submitted to council are not for debate. We'll just get responses to relevant committees.
Yes, sorry, Speaker. Agenda point 10, matters arising. I think we missed that.
Is Councillor Ismail?
Yes, correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
I'm just noting on the agenda order of procedure, item 10, matters arising. I think it has been missed. We move straight on to item 11.
Item 10 on matters arising. Okay, yes. Thanks, Councillor Ismail. I think the reason why we end up jumping into that, I was expecting that while I was going through the pages, councillors already, they've read these minutes, they've made some notes. Then if there are specific issues to be raised from the minutes, I was expecting that councillors will just raise up their hand and raise issues. But Councillor Ismail, I assume that maybe there's an issue that you want to raise. I can just give you that a chance if maybe.
No, thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker. I was just noting the order of procedure. Thank you very much, and I accept your reasoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ismail. Councillors, we are now in our agenda. We're dealing with questions. The first question is on page 5.
Mr. Speaker, I have my hand raised, and there's a spook in this gadget that's keep putting my hand down.
Councillor Reddy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the Speakers Committee meeting, I raised the issue of answers to questions being tabled at the meetings in writing. You did indicate that you will look into this, seek a legal opinion on that, and I know that we may not have the answer today, but I'd like it to remain on this agenda so that you can report on this at the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. I can confirm that you did raise that issue. Then it was also a commitment was made that the matter will be looked at. And again, here on Council, we can confirm that we are looking at that proposal. Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. Page 5, let me get a response from the relevant committee. Question on page 5. Can we get an, please raise your hand so that we are unmuted this side, whoever who's going to speak on this item, so that the team will unmute you. Please raise your hand. Do we have a response on this question?
Chair, Speaker, the response was supposed to come from the chair of the HSI committee. I don't think he is present in the meeting. Has he appointed somebody to speak on this? Because it relates to housing.
No. This.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of order. You don't just speak without being recognized.
Oh, I thought I was recognized. My apologies.
No, you are not. You are not. We are expecting a response from anyone from the committee who have answers, whether the chair of the committee is here or not. But council expect that we be given responses on the question, irrespective of who's that councillor. Can we get a response, councillors? I don't want to waste council time, but I think I have to register my concern. This is a sign of disrespect to council. If we receive questions in time, then I assume that we should be prepared. There's an answer now. Can you get a response? There's a hand from Councillor Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. Speaker, I'm Chair, we would, as an HSI committee, we would like to request to postpone our questions or to defer them to the next meeting, if the House allows us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before maybe a comment to the request to council, let me get some few hands that are up with councillor. Councillor Said, and Councillor Ismail will be next.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with respect, I'd like to emphasize that we submitted these questions in a timeliest manner to your office, and I think it's inappropriate for us to move without getting answers to these questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ismail.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what Councillor Said has said, and our letters had gone in on time. We do expect a response today, as that courtesy is offered to other questions tabled at other council meetings. So I cannot accept the request for deferment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. There is a request from Councillor Mkhize to defer all questions directed to the Human Settlement and Infrastructure Committee to the next council meeting. Although Councillor Mkhize has not yet given council details or reasons why he is presenting such a request, but I assume that it's because the committee or members of the committee are not ready with the answers, or answers are not available. Therefore, if I deny his request, I don't think I would be doing justice to council, because I would be forcing members of the committee who are present here to provide answers they don't have. Then again, if I force them to respond, definitely if they are not ready, they are going to mislead council, of which I have a responsibility of making sure that the information that is being presented or shared in this meeting is an information that is accurate, so that we don't mislead council and the members of the public. I will therefore rule to accept the request from Councillor Mkhize, and all questions directed to Human Settlement Infrastructure Committee will be deferred to the next council, because Today, there are no answers. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's proceed.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There are hands. Let me.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Reddy, let me take your hand.
Thank you. Speaker, the question was put in terms of Rule 27.
Right.
And it relates to questions on municipal performance. It's been submitted by a councillor requesting information from the chairperson of the HSI committee, of which he is a member of. He is a member of that committee. Now, I'll deal with that separately, but in terms of the rules, these questions are to be submitted to the chairperson.
It's Selit Square, Road Selit Square. It's next to the holiday.
Councillors, there's someone who has muted his mic. A councillor rate is recognized, is still addressing council. Please, let's respect him. Let's respect him and council. Appointees, Councillor Reti, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Rule 27, subsection 9 provides that where a question is put in terms of this rule, the chairperson has to forward the question to the relevant department head or deputy head, who must ensure that a response is given to the meeting. And where a response is not given, this is covered in terms of subsection 10, which states that this must be recorded in the meeting, that no reply has been provided. My appeal to Councillor Sayed would be, because he sits on this committee, that he should raise this question at the committee meeting, and let's get a response at the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, if you can recognize me first.
No. Said, you can't give me instruction to recognize you. You must raise your hand.
My hand was raised before.
No. Don't argue. Don't argue with me. Listen. I will take Councillor Lindiwe Mthembu, Councillor Nonsikelelo, then Councillor Said. Then Councillor Mthethwa will come after Said. And Councillor Mkhize will be the last, in that order or sequence, councillors. Councillor Lindy, you still want to speak, or it was a mistake, you raise your hand. If you are not ready, let's move to the next speaker, Nonsikelelo. Can you make sure that their mics are unmuted so that your mics, councillors, are unmuted? Please unmute from your side so that you can address council. Nonsikelelo. Councillor Said, you are recognized. You can speak now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of what Councillor Visvan has mentioned, yes, I am part of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee. However, in terms of how we're operating in council, we have tabled these questions as a party to council in itself, and not as me as a sitting member of HSNI committee. So with respect to Councillor Visvan, I'd like to ensure that these questions are tabled at full council. That's number one, Speaker. In terms of deferring this, Speaker, we have other questions for next council meeting. And my cause for concern is, would your office allow us now to have these questions in the next council meeting, as well as the next set of questions that we have lined up for next council meeting? If I can get some guidance on that, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Said, because your questions have not been responded to in this meeting, does not affect you if you want to submit another question in the next council meeting. They will be responded to in the next council meeting, including these questions that are being deferred. And if you remember that, well, I have already ruled on the matter of how we are going forward. I think maybe instead of addressing Councillor Reddy, you must take what the speaker have said. Thank you very much. Councillor Mthethwa. Mr. Mthethwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the first part has been covered by Councillor Said. But over and above that, I think the challenge we're facing is that we don't know the reasons why these questions are not answered here today, because I think that would shape how we react to a request for deferment. For us to just blindly say, okay, that this can be answered in the next council meeting without knowing the reasons, I think we are setting ourselves into a very dangerous path here where we submit questions on time and people just decide not to answer questions. Because from the reading of these questions, you would expect that this information is available at a click of a button. So maybe, because I can see Councillor Mkhize has his hand up, maybe he's going to enlighten us as to what challenges there are not to answer this question today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Mthethwa. The last speaker is Councillor Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think Councillor Mthethwa should be allowed maybe to answer these questions. But that was on a lighter note, Chair. On a serious note, Chair, the reason why we are not answering questions today is because the answers are not readily available for us to present. And then so we request from the council to give us some time until the next meeting, and then we'll answer all the questions, including those questions who have been asked for that particular council meeting. They will be answered. We commit on that one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kabazeta. The request already has been granted by the Speaker. Councillors were just raising concerns that I've also raised earlier, of which I want to place it on record again, that this is a sign of disrespect to council and the citizens of eThekwini who are part of this meeting. It's true that questions are submitted in time and committee members are expected to prepare answers so that on the day of council, we don't experience or get those excuses. I just want to appeal to all councillors, to all committee members, not only to the Human Settlement Committee, that let's respect or take serious questions that are submitted to us, because they are important and they are in terms of rules that govern the proceeding of council. Let's place that on record so that in the future we don't have this problem. There was a last hand after Mkhize. Councillor Riona, you are recognized.
Speaker,
I'm sure you are not speaking on this matter because we have already concluded it, but you can speak.
I am, Speaker, because my question on page 9 does not deal with the Human Settlements Committee. It's a finance question.
We are still in page 7. Sorry, Councillor. We are discussing page 7. We have not yet reached page 9. Let's talk on page 7.
Okay, that's fine, Speaker. I just want to clarify that questions only for human settlements won't be answered and the rest of our questions will be answered.
Yeah, now you are repeating my summary. That was my summary, but thank you for the second Deputy Speaker, because it means now I've got many deputies. Thank you very much, councillors. All the questions will be deferred to the next council. We'll now move to page 9.
Point of order, Speaker.
Let's check whether that question, there's a point of order. Point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, it's Councillor Graham.
Yes, point of order, Councillor Graham.
You've just said two different things. You said that Councillor Gokul was repeating what you had said, that we were only dealing with the question on page 7, and then you said all the questions are deferred. So which is it? Because the point Councillor Gokul was making was that her question on page 9 was not an HSI question. It's a question about billing. It's related to finance.
Thank you. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. I was referring to questions from human settlement and infrastructure, not all questions. Questions will be responded to, only those from human settlement and infrastructure. Now we are done with page 7, because page 7 and page 8 is a continuation of the question in page 7. Okay. No. We were in page 5, eh? We are now in page 7. Apologies, councillors. We're in page 5. Then that ended page 6. We are now in page 7. Is this question not directed to human settlement, Belinda?
No, it's not. It's finance, Speaker.
It's page 7. Yes, yeah, page 7. Then let's do page 7. Any response? This question from Councillor Jonathan. Page 7, a response? Let
Order, Mr. Speaker.
yes, Councillor.
Order.
Okay, Councillor ready?
Mr. Speaker, I go back to the rules. When questions are submitted timeously in terms of the rules, these questions are submitted to the chairs of the committees. Now, who is the chair of the Finance Committee that's sitting in this meeting and keeping quiet?
Yeah, Councillor Reddy, please behave. You cannot talk like that because you don't know why. You see here, as we are running this council, there's a possibility that there are some technical issues or mics being muted. We have to unmute it. We have to be patient and give us each other space besides reaching to conclusion so that we respect council. Please, Councillor Reddy, let's get. No. Don't shout. Raise your hand. Okay, I will see and recognize all of you.
Speaker.
No. Don't call me. Raise your hand if you want to speak. I've got a list of speakers that will be recognized. If you want to speak, don't say speaker. Raise your hand. Councillor Ntokozo Sbiya, you are the first. Councillor Koklu, you are the second. Councillor Jonathan, you will be the third. Zamaso Kabasa will be the fourth. In that order. Councillors, I don't know what is happening. Council is being disrupted by people who raise their hands, recognize, then they disappear. Don't press buttons in your screen that might disrupt council, because if you raise your hand, you made us to stop council to give you a chance to speak, because now Councillor Ntokozo's hand have just disappeared. Councillor Anipen. Councillor Anipen, please unmute yourself on the side.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been unmuted now.
Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to raise the concern about this question not being part of the Human Settlements Committee, and hoping that we will get a response. So that's all I wanted to raise.
Councillor Anipen, why don't you wait to get a response? Because now you are raising hands while I'm still calling someone to respond on the question. Let's just give them a chance to respond. Then I can check comments if there are no responses. Councillor Sokabasa, do you still want to speak?
Speaker.
Yes, we are recognized.
Yes, it's Councillor Shange who wants to talk. It's
with
me here.
Using your gadget.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shange, you can address council.
Speaker siyabonga. Sicela chair usinikeze ithuba sikhona izinto esisayilungisa kulama answers ethu after mhlawumbe noma towards the end of i-council sizowaletha.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you, Councillor Shange, that you will indicate once you are ready to provide answers in this council meeting. Again, Councillor Shange and the members of the committee, I just want to register my concern again that you are making the work of council to be very difficult, because in terms of the agenda, I don't know where we're going to fit responses on questions that will come at a later stage. But I understand that we are not ready now to provide those answers. Councillor Shange, please note that council is not happy with the manner councillors in different committees are treating questions directed to them. As I've mentioned earlier to Human Settlement Committee, these questions are being submitted or raised in terms of the rules of which they bind all of us, and they have to be respected by everyone. Yeah, maybe we will be forced from my office to sit down with the chairs of committees so that we talk to them direct to register our concern and to avoid this embarrassment in future council. All questions have to be responded to as they appear in the agenda. Thank you very much, Councillor Shange. I understand your point. It means you'll indicate once we are ready to provide answers on the question in page 27. I will hear from you.
I do so, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's move to page 9. Answers. Page 9. Last question. Oh, if looking at the questions here from page 1 to page 11, no, from point 1 to point 11, it looked like these questions are directed to Human Settlement and Infrastructure Committee, of which we have already ruled on those questions that will be deferred and be responded to in the next council meeting as per the request from Councillor Mkhize. That was the end of questions in page 9, councillors. We'll now move to...
No, point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, point of order.
Yes, let's start with Councillor Mthethwa.
No, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Let Councillor deal with it.
Thank you very much, Bob Mthethwa. Councillor Graham.
It wasn't me, Chair. It was Councillor Gokul.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my questions is dealing with the billing system, which falls under the Finance Committee. So I would like my questions to be answered, please.
The question on page 9, eh?
Yes.
Oh, it does not deal with system.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Let me deal with the first point of order first.
Yes.
On the question that they are directed to finance. No, I can see just that there are some questions that talk to the meter readings. Yeah, I can see question 10 deal with the billing. Those questions that are directed to finance, colleagues, can I get responses? Councillor Gokul is correct. Not all the questions here are directed to human settlement. Finance
That is
Committee members?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Let's get answers, finance. Page 9.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Shange is about to respond to the questions. We now got the questions. I'm sure she'll be indicating through the gadgets to give responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It means His Worship will wait, Councillor Shange, to indicate when she's ready, as she has requested on the previous question. In other words, even the question on number 9, she will respond when she's ready. Because he has not give us an indication. That is my understanding of your point, Babme. Yeah, councillors, let's agree that the 2 questions directed to the Finance Committee, once Councillor Shange is ready to respond, he will give us a signal, then we'll afford her an opportunity to address Council on these 2 questions. I suggest councillors that without wasting any time, let's accept that and move to other items. Once they are ready, we'll give them a chance to respond, councillors. Apologies to those councillors who have submitted these questions in time, who were expecting answers today, but I'm happy that there's a commitment from finance that answers will be provided. But I have to formally apologize on behalf of council to those councillors who have submitted these questions. Councillors, let's now move to now we're moving to reports, item number 12. We'll now allow City Manager. Councillor Ismail, your hand is up.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wanted to make a point that the meeting is not running as smoothly as expected. Maybe we should take a 10-minute tea break, and those honourable members who are going to respond to those questions can prepare themselves, and we can conclude that section of the agenda and move forward. Thank you.
No, Councillor Ismail. The meeting is smooth. The meeting is smooth. The meeting is smooth. There's nothing strange here. We are still managing. Everything is fine. There's no crisis. Let's proceed. Councillor, City Manager. Oh, thank you. I will ask His Worship the Mayor to table the first executive report. His Worship, Mayor. Can you please make sure that...
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was also liaising with Councillor Mthembu Zondi to start giving the responses on the questions, because we now have questions, but I can present the first report because the challenge has been that they've been raising hands through the gadget, Honorable Speaker, and they were not recognized when they wanted to start responding. So we wish to present the first report of the executive committee to the council. Thank you.
I thank you very much, His Worship, Mayor, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first report of the Executive Committee for their meeting, which was held on the 21st of the 6th, it starts with the report of Community Services Committee, which was held on the meeting of the 4th of the 6th, 2022. Item 1.1, request for approval of public participation process for eThekwini Municipalities Food, Milk and Milk Products Bylaw. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Item 1.2, request for approval of public participation process for eThekwini Municipalities Public Health Bylaw of 2022. Committee recommends.
Yes, we're now on page 11. I'm checking also the list of my speakers. I have no speakers on the item. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Speaker, yeah, to the Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
City Manager, please, councillors, unmute your mics. Mute your mics. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On item 1.3, request for acceptance of outreach mobile vehicle for trial and donation thereafter by Toyota SA. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. On item number 3, I've got a speaker from IFP, Councillor NC Kumete. Can you please unmute Councillor Kumete? Councillor Kumete? Councillor Kumete, please raise your hand so that we unmute you this side. And Councillor Ndlovu, you will be the next. I'm sure you are ready. Please raise your hand again so that we unmute you. Councillor Kumete, are you ready? We are trying to check with Councillor Kumete, who have indicated that she wants to speak on the item page 11, 1.3.
Honourable Speaker, may I suggest that maybe she can also talk to the same item, because I've seen that it's in page 11 and also I think in the last page, I can't remember, but it's a supplemental.
Oh, yes, it's true. The item is also, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Councillor. Thanks. The councillors is the. Oh, okay. Okay, there was Mr. Ndlovu. Baba Ndlovu. Councillor Ndlovu.
Ngibonga Somlomo. Ngibingelele Bob Mayor namalunga esikhungo esiphezulu. Namalunga esikhungo esiphezulu somkhandlu waseThekwini. Cha, Somlomo, sifisa ukuthi njengokhongolose silamukele lolu hlelo oluhle kangaka ngoba siyaqonda ukuthi indawo zasemakhaya zinomsebenzi onzima ukuze zikwazi ukufinyelela la zizokwazi ukuhlinzekelwa khona ngezidingo zezempilo. Nabantu abahamba amabanga amade kufanele bafake isandla ephaketheni ukuze bakwazi ukufinyelela bathole usizo lwezempilo. So lolu hlelo-ke la-Toyota ukuthi sibe nalolu hlobo lemoto ezokwazi ukuhamba ngisho ngakuthiwa indawo ayikuyona indawo enemigwaqo esesimweni, kodwa lolu hlobo lwemoto luzokwazi ukulekelela mase lifikanyelela ey'ndaweni la lizokwazi ukusiza khona umphakathi kakhulukazi waseTafelkop naseMadundube, ngoba lolu hlelo siyalihlola. Kuzoba nje nesivumelwano sonyaka lokuhlolwa kubonakala emaqhutshwa kuya phambili ukuthi luhamba kanjani. Kodwa nje sifisa ukubonga kakhulu kwinkampani enkulu yokwakha iy'moto uToyota. So ukhongolose sithi hayi aqhubeke njalo umasipala wethu uba nenhlelo zokubambisana nenhlangano ezizimele iyimboni ukuze sikwazi ukuletha iy'dingo ebantwini. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, is the recommendation on page 11, 1.3 agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Speaker. Item 1.4 of page 12, a request for approval of eThekwini Municipalities Accommodation Establishments Bylaw for 2022. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. There are speakers. Councillor Ngagane, you are the first. Can you please unmute Councillor Ngagane at that side? Secretariat, so that you can unmute. Councillor Ngagane, I'm sure you are ready. Please raise your hand so that we assist you this side by unmuting you. Yeah, pace is very slow here, Council, today. No, it's Councillor Ngagane. Councillor Ngagane? Maybe it's not connected. Ngagane?
Speaker.
Yes? Is Councillor Ngagane? No, Councillor Nkomen, please mute your mic. You are not recognized. Unless we are sitting together with Councillor Ngagane. Councillor Nkomen.
Honorable Speaker, sorry about that. I'm sitting with Councillor Ngagane, but she's speaking on a supplementary agenda, item 1.4, not on the ordinary agenda.
Okay, thanks. But here he's speaking on page 12, item 1.4. Thank you very much. Councillor Zamaso Kabase?
Babu Speaker.
Yes, you are recognized.
Yes, this bylaw was from Uligali to appraise all the committees about the accommodation establishment bylaw. I think Ibona Abagu privy to talk about it, because to us it was come as to appraise us as a committee. Today is this bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sokabase. Councillors, is the recommendation on page 12, item 1.4 agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. I'm told there's a hand from Councillor Nobabalo. Councillor Nobabalo. Can you please make sure that she's unmuted? Please, Councillor Nobabalo, unmute yourself that side. There was an indication from the mayor that
Yeah, but speak. As we're not sure whether we are.
yes,
okay
you are
for
audible.
now.
You are audible, Councillor Shange.
Yes, Chair, ngiyaxolisa nje ukuthi we use different gadgets because my gadget is not working.
Okay.
We are ready, Speaker, with the question. If we allow.
You are ready with the answers now.
With
Yes, point of order, Speaker.
Okay. Let me do this, Councillor Shang. Let me proceed with the agenda. I will indicate to you when I feel that we can squeeze that item. Let me continue with the councillor chair so that we minimize disruption. Councillor Reddy?
No, I'm covered there, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, before I allow city manager, on page 13, item 1.5. This item will be discussed at page 51, 6.5 on the supplementary agenda. I therefore suggest that we don't discuss this item here, and all the speakers in my list will be given an opportunity to speak on this item when we are discussing on the supplementary agenda. I'm sure councillors will accept that let's not speak on this item here, let's deal with it at the supplementary agenda. I'm sure we are all comfortable with that. We'll now move to page 14, item 1.6, City Manager. Councillor Isop, your hand is up.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies, but I have not seen that laid on table report. Is this item 1.5, has this been referred to the supplementary agenda of the Executive Committee? Is there a new report that's coming to Council on 1.5 that this has to be deferred to that supplementary agenda?
Councillor Reid, yes, you are correct. Now the item is contained in the supplementary agenda. It will be discussed there. You will be given a chance to address council at that time, because I can see your name is also on the list.
I don't know.
Speaker, my hand is raised.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Right. Now you are talking. There are two people who are. Councillor Isop, you are the first.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I'm hearing that there is a supplementary agenda, and as the ACDP, we have not received a hard copy, and neither have we received anything via email in terms of a supplementary agenda. And I think this needs to be looked into because in order for us to discuss matters that are within the supplementary agenda, it requires for us to caucus, and these delays of communication is not helping in terms of council progress. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me allow the head legal, Mr. Mhlongo, to speak before I take Councillor Ismail Maharaj and Councillor Pillay. Babu Mhlongo.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. Just to give you context on why the proposal to discuss the matter at the supplementary agenda, item 6.8. If you look at page 13 and I draw the council's attention to the third paragraph. It is recorded there during the deliberations of the executive committee that in view of the recommendation made with regard to the need to reduce budget, a proposal was made to approve the participation of eThekwini in the upcoming games in principle to enable the administration to proceed with logistical arrangements, and with a proviso that an addendum report comprising revised overall budget be submitted to the Executive Committee for consideration prior to council approval. So, 6.8 is that reconsidered addendum report with the reconsidered budget, which comprises of the recommendation that is being made by the executive to this council. So what is contained here was an approval in principle subject to the revision of the budget and an addendum report. So it would not be prudent to have all the deliberations on the current report, which is at page 13, knowing very well that there are revised facts that are on the supplementary budget, agenda under item 6.8. That is the reason why there is that proposal from the speaker. Thank you.
And if we don't do that, it means we're going to have an item that will be discussed twice. And the first item here, the first item in page 13 does not have the detail as council requested. Now, the
point of order, Speaker.
The information.
Point of order, Speaker.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
The information that is in the supplementary agenda is an information that was requested by council. Now it is provided, but is in the supplementary agenda. As I'm saying, we're going to discuss it there, so that when we approve it together with more detailed information with the revised budget as council requested.
Point of order, Speaker.
ESCO.
No, that's order. Order, point of order.
Councillor Reddy?
Speaker, that's not procedural. I don't have a copy of the supplementary agenda. This came out of the executive committee. If you can confirm, or the mayor can confirm as chairperson of the executive committee, that this addendum report served before that committee and the executive committee deliberated upon it, and then it's coming here, then I don't think there'll be a problem with it. Because we don't, the speaker doesn't have jurisdiction to just amend the reports and put addendums, etc. there. This is coming from a committee, and that committee will be held responsible for these recommendations that come before council, sir.
Yes, you are correct, Councillor Reddy. The report is coming from ESCO. You are correct.
Okay. Then you're fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Councillor Graham.
Councillor Graham.
Speaker, thanks. I think that we are getting ourselves a little bit caught up in sort of roundabouts that don't necessarily need to happen. I think that the confusion here perhaps is that some people don't have a copy of the supplementary agenda. This did come to EXCO. There is a SUP agenda with another report from EXCO. And the simple solution here is that it's clear seemingly that some people don't have the SUP agenda, so they wouldn't have been able to see that, which is obviously not their fault. I only have a copy of the SUP agenda when it was sort of requested by our caucus. I'm not sure if it's been circulated to everyone. So maybe that is where the problem lies, that not everybody has seen the SUP agenda and realizes that EXCO has met again, and this item has been amended. So we need to withdraw it here and retable it, but we can't expect people to understand that process if they haven't got a copy of the SUP agenda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Graham. Yes, you are raising a valid point. The assumption that I had was that the supplementary agenda has been emailed to everyone, but if there are councillors who have not received the supplementary agenda, definitely I have to apologize, because it makes my work difficult if there are items to be discussed in council, but councillors, they don't have the copy of those items. My support team is listening. I'm sure they will address that now and make sure that supplementary agenda is emailed as we speak to all councillors, so that at a time when this item is discussed on the supplementary agenda, all councillors have the copies of the supplementary agenda. Yeah, but it looked like it was sent. It looked like it was sent.
No, Speaker.
No, yeah. But
No. Point of order,
We
Mr.
don't have
Speaker.
it.
Councillors,
Speaker,
no.
My hand has been up for quite some time.
Let me finish. Councillors, you are all going to receive the report. It will be emailed so that when we discuss it on the supplemental agenda, you all have the copies. There are hands that are up, Belinda. Who was that? Mnigati?
No, it's Councillor Mvubu.
Oh, Councillor Mvubu. Come, Councillor.
Yes,
Yes, you are recognized,
no,
Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. We just wanted to reiterate what the previous speakers have said regarding the supplementary agenda. We did not receive it as well, the entire EFF caucus. We only came into contact with it this morning because we are here at City Hall, most of us. Now, it's quite a lengthy document because I think it's about 100 pages, if I'm not mistaken. Now, there are items there that are critical and we must engage on them robustly so. But now, I'm trying to understand the rationale. It's going to be emailed now to other councillors. We just received it now. In terms of processing the information that is there, I don't think it's reasonable, Speaker. You can expect the council, the rest of us which did not receive this supplementary agenda to be able to engage on it meaningfully. I think maybe there is some comment that needs to be made from your side. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mvubu. Councillor Patrick Pillay and Councillor Said then Madlala.
Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I'm covered. It's just that.
No.
if
Councillor
I can
Pillay,
receive-
Councillor Pillay, you are not recognized.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Ismail?
I'm sorry, I don't think I have my hand up.
Okay,
It must have been a mistake.
then Councillor Pillay, you are next. You can address Councillor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm covered that I will be receiving the supplementary agenda shortly by email. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think after Councillor Graham and Councillor Mvubu, I think the Speaker can now maybe summarize and we can move forward, because we were moving on the assumption that everyone has a supplementary agenda, and therefore they've seen that the item is covered twice. And therefore, if we don't discuss it here, it will be covered there. But in light of the suggestions that have been made, I hereby, Speaker, suggest that I don't know if it's withdraw or take out. I don't know what would be the correct term to use, but that we take out this item from this agenda, so that in favor of the later version that is in the supplementary agenda. That is my suggestion, Speaker.
Councillor Madlala, can you repeat your suggestion?
We are suggesting, Speaker, that we withdraw this item from the agenda of the main agenda of this council.
Okay, yes.
We withdraw this item in favor of the latest version that is covered in the supplementary agenda. And then the second request, Speaker, would be that, as you suggested, that all the speakers that were to speak on this item here are then transplanted to the one in the supplementary agenda, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, let me again apologize, but my apology have got some reservation, because as I'm sitting in front of here, I'm being given an evidence that email have been sent to all councillors, but I can't dispute if there are those councillors who are saying they have not received the email. Hence, I have to apologize to all of you councillors who have not received the supplementary agenda and an appeal to the Secretariat to make sure that documents of this nature are emailed to all councillors in time so that we don't inconvenience councillors and council in running its business. Councillors, we're going to email it to all of you. Then this item will be discussed at the supplementary agenda. As I've indicated earlier, all the speakers will be afforded a chance to speak when we are discussing at that time. Let's proceed,
Agreed.
councillors.
Speaker,
City Manager.
Speaker, my hand is raised. Councillor Isop.
Oh, Councillor Isop, you want to speak?
Yes, Speaker. Now that we have acknowledged that councillors have not received the supplementary agenda, I think it is only fair that we are given a time frame to go through that agenda, and if we want to debate the items, our list should be considered in terms of debating, because it's only fair that it's not our failure as councillors, but it's an administrative flaw which needs to be rectified. But we should be given the opportunity to debate on an item in the supplementary agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Isop. The proposal is supported. Those who want to speak on those items, you just raise up your hand. You'll be recognized by the speaker. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is on page number 14, item 1.6. Notice of intention to utilize section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003 to extend the lease of Grosvenor Library and the District Support Office at number 3 Wesley Road, Bluff, Durban. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting City Manager. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Mr. Speaker, DLC's name is on your list to speak.
No, Councillor Pillay, there's no speaker on this item. But
I did submit my name, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's fine, but I will recognize you. You can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DLC supports the extension of the lease of this very important institution. However, I want to raise a very important concern as to why the officials responsible in libraries not plan in advance with regards to conducting a feasibility study and the identification of sites and available municipal land, but wait for the end of the lease to do so. Mr. Speaker, we cannot run a city whereby certain officials are not willing to work for their money, but suddenly wake up and realize that a feasibility study is now required. Service delivery is slackened because of certain people whom are unwilling to work effectively. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The DLC calls on the mayor and city manager to investigate the incompetence of these officials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. After the speaker, councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 1.7 on page 16. Request for approval to support the Mother of Golf Days on 29 June 2022 at the Mount Edgecombe Country Club. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager. There is a list of speakers. The first speaker is Councillor M.S. Kuala. Councillor Kuala. Can you please unmute Councillor Kuala? Please, Councillor Kuala, raise your hand so that you'll be unmuted. Then once you are unmuted, this side you have to unmute yourself. Yeah, Councillor Kuala can speak now. Yes.
I think this time around I'll be orderly, Speaker. As you said, I was out of order. We can't be having a donation of about 190,000 when we talk about the floods, because the worry is how much we need for the people to be assisted. If I can make you an example to the council,
The IFP National just donated to the Gift of the Givers just 250,000 to assist those people. Motsepe donated 30 million. So if you're taking 190,000 and you are giving to a function that will fundraise for the people who are affected, it doesn't make it doesn't make angifuna ukuyibeka kabi somlomo kodwa ayiwenza umqondo ophelele ukuthi uthathe imali ongabe usiza ngayo abantu bese uthi wena uyodonate udonatela abantu abazo donatela labo bantu. We must have justice as umasipala kubantu baseThekwini ngoba even namanje abaye ngikhuluma indaba ebhillion nje somlomo awuyikhulumi kwi-report yakhe recently affect abantu kubangampela eThekwini iyashalazelwa nje awazi ukuthi kanti labantu esihlale sithi abantu bakithi bahluphekile abantu bakithi abanamsebenzi abantu bakithi bahlaselwe zikhukhula uthi suke sisho bapha abantu uma ilokhuzana yethi ngekho in a positive direction. Ngiyazi kusubuka isikhathi somlomo ngiyabonga. We abstain as IFP item.
Babkwala siyabonga Councillor Gwala. Councillor Ismail.
Thank you, Chair. We note that the mother of all golf days has been put before the council today when it has already taken place a day before. This ought to have been tabled at the last sitting, hence this must be procedurally ruled out of order. Again, the financial implications are telling. The golf event as a fundraiser is okay to have, however, not at the municipality's expense. The organizers ought to have sourced enough sponsorship from big business to cover this event. 190,000 rand could be put to better use, like fixing sewers, flooding into yards that has been like that since the floods of the 11th of April. This benefits flood victims directly. Whether this event would attract visitors to Durban while using the Durban July as an excuse is questionable and left to be seen. More so, what does the city itself benefit from this other than incurring an expense? It would be preferred that the city does its own fundraisers through an internal structure. Therefore, this is not supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ismail. Councillor Maharaj. Can you please unmute her?
Sorry, Speaker, I won't speak on it.
You won't speak on the item. Okay, thank you. Councillor D. Pewa. Councillor Pewa.
Hello?
Yes, is this Councillor Pewa?
No, ngiyabonga Speaker ngibingelele leadership yomkhandlu. Baba Speaker nobaba Mayor. Umuntu mhlawumbe ufuna ukuthi abongele kakhulu iCommittee la Community Services eliholo isihlalo uMamsokhabasi ne-entire leadership yalo ngokuhlela nje imicimbi eyimpumelelo. Saqala ngengoma yabankulu kakhulu yaba impumelelo beyingabazi eThekwini yawufaka futhi umnotho kwase kuyabona wonke umuntu wayesekhuluma ngaleyo ngoma emva kwalokho. Ikakhulu ke ngifuna ukusho nakumzala ukuthi nawe ayiphathi yaleyo ngoma umzala ke uyazi ukuthi uba nakhuluma nayo Councillor Pewa. So ke ngokunjalo nomcimbi ke we-Mother of Golf nawo besasesifuli kakhulu sikhuluma umcimbi futhi osuwenzekile wenzeka izolo la usihlale bekhona kanye neCommittee babonile nje nabanye bebekhona abalithanda kakhulu igalufu. So ke bekhona ngisho uPrima Imbala umcimbi wethu uhambe kahle kakhulu uma sibheka futhi umcimbi beyimpumelelo ngendlela esimangaliso because kunethala iThala Bank lizicommittee ukuthi lo mcimbi kanye neKZ Game Borders ukuthi ke le mcimbi sizoba khona. Thina ukusithokoza kakhulu ke njenge-ANC ukuthi le mcimbi sizowela kuma rural areas nakuma township kuyofundiswa njengegalufu. Kusho ukuthi ke isiqalo sawo sibe sihle kakhulu senza impumelelo ukuthi lisizwa minyaka yonke le mcimbi ngokwesupport esitholeke umcimbini wayizolo. Namanye ke kuma partners nawayiCommittee ukuthi azobe ingxenye yegalufu elizodlalwa kakhulu nasemalokishini. Kusho ukuthi kusukela nje ngonyaka ozayo iCommittee seliqhubeka njengoba siqhuba imidlalo yamaThekwini Games. Nakhona futhi leyo mdlalo iqhamuka kulona leli committee elisebenza ngokukhulu ukuzikhandla.
So ukuthi umuntu futhi akaphinde agcizelele kuza kwethu ukuthi ke ngicela fanele bafunde isifundo ukuthi ke to take into confident when we are discussing the issues on the committee. Ngoba kuyabona ukuthi kuba khona ama programs anjengala kodwa futhi aba impumelelo kakhulu nanokuthi siphuma ku COVID abantu bekade bengenazi izinto abazenzayo. Siphinde sibongele kakhulu ke lezi ke ama victims ama floods because there are two organizations that benefited even noma ngekukhulu kakhulu kodwa ke because asikakayitholi iprofit basazobala baqhubeke sibothi sizuze emalini kulomcimbi ayizona kodwa ama organization amalo iKZN Society of Blind uma nje unomuntu uzwelana nabantu abablind ngabe uyajabula kakhulu bakwazi ukubenefit imali yango 50,000 and then wasube kwenameni daycare kwa Ndengezi jabula kakhulu ngoba isendaweni yabantu abaxakeke kwaNdengezi nabathole 50,000 okukhombisa ukuthi ke ibe khona kakhulu impumelelo kulomcimbi wethu. Kaphinda futhi wonke ke amalokuzana azikhomitha nje washuthi nyaka yonke izobe siqhubeka lemicimbi. Speaker angibonge kodwa ngiyafisa ukuzwa ke ukuthi bazikhomithe ungakhulumi kakhulu kanti kune progress after into esuke izokwenzeka because yonke into nesiqala ibisiba nesiphetho. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Speaker, thank you.
Siyabonga Councillor Phekwa, Councillor Mngadi. Councillor Mngadi. Councillor Mngadi. It looked like Councillor Mngadi is not responding. Can you check whether he's unmuted from our side before we proceed? Councillors, if Councillor Mngadi is not speaking on the item.
Speaker.
Yes.
Councillor Mngadi.
Yes, Councillor Mngadi.
Siyabonga kakhulu ku le item. Laba ye galofu. Siyabonga kakhulu because this is the opportunity ebe inhle kakhulu ebe generator imali. And okusijabulise kakhulu ngenxa ngale event was that abantu abamnyama mainly sibone kuyibona bebebaningi kakhulu esho ukuthi ilento isho ukuthi as i-sport se golf si ba ne transformation enkulu kakhulu but okukhulu kunako konke the funding that is generated nge-event izosiza kakhulu kubantu laba abakhahlumezwe ikhukhula. Siyabonga kakhulu nge-event ebe successful. Thank you.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
No.
No.
Okay, let me get the screen so that we can confirm numbers.
Agreed.
Right, let's start from the ANC.
ANC agrees.
DA.
No, Speaker.
Against EFF.
Abstain.
IFP.
IFP abstain, Babu Speaker.
Action SA. Action SA.
Against.
APC. APC. Yeah, Councillors, while I'm waiting for the response from APC, there's someone who's chewing something.
APC agrees.
There's someone who's chewing. There's someone who's chewing.
APC agrees.
Thank you, APC. Thank you, APC. There's an important matter I'm addressing. issues of ill discipline. There are people who have opened their mics. They are talking, some they are chewing something. Councillor Nkomeni, ever since the meeting has started, you are a little bit destructive today. I'm not sure whether it's because we are sharing your gadget with other councillors, but because this side, it appears as if it's you. Can I appeal Councillor Nkomeni to behave? And those who are chewing or eating while the council is on, please stop doing that. Thank you very much. Councillors, we're still on APC. Now we'll move to ACC.
Thank you. Against?
Thank you. ACTP?
Against.
AIC?
Honorable Speaker.
No, comment. AIC?
Honorable Speaker.
I'm not taking hands. We are voting now. AIC? AIC? TLC?
TLC abstains, Mr. Speaker.
ADEC?
Against.
Thank you.
Against.
APF? May you please, Councillor Reddy, lower your hand?
These people that we are
Please lower your hand. Councillor Nkomeni, I will be forced now to kick you out from the meeting. Let me warn you, Councillor Nkomeni, that I'm going to kick you out from the meeting if you don't behave. You can't continue to disturb council after I've been requesting you to behave. This meeting has got more than 200 councillors viewed by the members of the public, and you continue, Councillor Nkomeni, to disrespect the meeting. Please behave. APF? APF? ATM? ATM?
Speaker, please.
Speaker.
The way I'm so attacked by you. Honorable Speaker, please. Speaker. The way I'm so attacked. I've got more than five parties that are here using my device because their devices are muted. Now you are the way you're addressing me, that you're going to kick me out of your meeting. It's being unfair, Speaker.
Councillor Nkomeni, if you have councillors connecting in your gadget, it is your responsibility to control their behavior. They must behave. If they don't behave, you must take responsibility because it's your choice to allow them to connect in your gadget. Therefore, I will deal with you because this site is your name that appear being destructive. I continue, Councillor Nkomeni, behave. Whether there are 1,000 people collecting in your gadget is your responsibility to control their behavior.
Honorable Speaker.
ATM, can you get a vote, ATM? Al-Jama?
Honorable Speaker.
Al-Jama?
Al-Jama votes against, Mr. Speaker. Al-Jama votes against.
Thank you. JEP?
Speaker, JEP, vote for.
Thank you. KZNI?
Support.
Thank you. MF?
Against.
Mosa? Mosa? NFP? NFP? PFP?
PFP against.
PRM,
PRM4, but siyaken promote amagende ngelinye ilanga imidlalo yethu. Hayi lezi zinto. Ngiyabonga.
yeah, Babomnikati, mawuvota, you just say you support, you against, you abstain. You
Apology,
you then add a comment, please.
Apology, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted. Do that. Don't do
Thank
that in
you.
future. TA.
TA is against.
Thank you. UMI.
UIM against.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Abstain.
While we are giving parties that have not voted yet a chance, I want to address the issue of councillors who are having a problem with their gadget or their computers. Those who are based at City Hall, they can be assisted by our Secretariat Belinda, where they are sitting. They will indicate which committee room you are sitting so that we send our team to assist councillors who are experiencing some technical problems. As I'm talking to you now, they will be mobilized to come wherever you are. But if you are not at City Hall, it will be difficult to assist you. I assume that Councillor Nkomeni, with those 5 councillors who are using your gadget because they've got a problem with the connection, they will be assisted by the team as they move out now, coming upstairs to assist those councillors. But even if you are assisting other councillors with problem, does not give you a right to disrupt a council meeting. We have to behave even under those circumstances. Councillors, let's go back to those parties that have not voted. I think it was APC, AIC, AIC. No response again. APF.
Speaker, it's not that we have a problem with connection. It's just that we were all muted. I vote for, and the AIC is here.
AIC support, Speaker.
Thank you. APF.
Support.
Thank you. ATM.
ATM support.
Thank you. Mosa. Mosa. There's no response. NFP. No response. PFP.
PFP voted against.
PFP is against. Secretary, please tell the numbers. I think we've given everyone a chance to vote. Yeah? Your hand is up, Councillor Ismail. Are you voting or you want to say something?
Honourable Speaker, I would like to say something, please. We have already voted. In terms of procedure, the event happened yesterday. It's tabled today. So is this not procedurally incorrect? Could I get a response to that, please, Honourable Speaker?
Yeah, no, the procedure is correct. If an event has happened, then there's nothing wrong by bringing it to council for approval or for regularization. We are just approving the event that has happened. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you. Let's tally the number, Secretariat. Yeah, thank you, councillors. Those who are in support of the item is 98. Those who are against is 58. Those who are abstain is 37. Therefore, the item on page 16, 1.7, is being supported and then it will be carried through. Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 17, item number 2 is the report of Governance and Human Resources Committee for their meeting, which was held on the 15th of the 6th, 2022. Item number 2.1 on page 18 is the proposed intention to facilitate cooperative partnership through a memorandum of understanding between the eThekwini Municipality and the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Department of Transport. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got a speaker, Councillor Lang. You are the first. Please raise your hand so that we quickly unmute to the side. Councillor Sealing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you are recognized. You can speak.
Thank you. As the DA, while we as opposition often criticize the city when services are not delivered, we do give credit where it is due. Therefore, in this case, we are happy to support this very long overdue MOU. However, it needs to be noted that this should be implemented with urgency once the service level agreements and clear terms of reference are finalized. As I've said, this item is overdue. We could list all the KZN roads which have been neglected throughout the city, but that would take far longer than our allocated time allows. The north, south, central, and west are all affected. Many, such as the M4, Higginson Highway, M7, and Cassia Road, cause hazardous safety conditions for road users and residents. Councillors are constantly contacted due to accidents, vehicle damages, and severe road damages. Some roads are emergency access roads or have hospitals and schools directly on those roads. From vegetation overgrowth and neglect to barriers to non-functional streetlights and hazardous road damages, it is high time responsibility is taken and jurisdiction is finalized. We 100% support this proposal and request that this is implemented with priority. We do request that updates are brought to this council when this MOU is done and completed, and when we can expect these safety hazards to be rectified and addressed, to finally be rectified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ling. Councillor Maharaj.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this House must also note that the Minority Front debates at provincial level brought awareness of residents' complaints during oversight, the distinction between provincial and municipal boundaries, and the neglect or lack of ownership to maintenance. The Minority Front at province recommended resolving the impasse. Therefore, the Minority Front in Council supports this memorandum of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lushaba. Councillor Lushaba, please raise your hand so that you are being assisted this side. You will be unmuted and mute yourself. Lushaba? Yes, you can speak now. Councillor Lushaba?
Speaker?
Yes, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. As the African National Congress Speaker, we noted that within our boundaries of eThekwini municipality, we have provincial and national road. Most of the time, you'll find out, Speaker, that the Department of Transport is not successfully maintaining this road in terms of cutting grass and pruning the trees. People of eThekwini babuka thina as the leadership of umkhandlu waseThekwini ukuthi sikina kanjani imigwaqo or silenza kanjani idolobha lethu libe clean. It is therefore this reason, Speaker, as the African National Congress will support this item to promote and facilitate intergovernmental relations. As the African National Congress, we will enhance the accountability and working relations between eThekwini Municipality and Department of Transport. African National Congress support the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Shaba. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed, page 17, point 2.1?
Agreed.
Agreed. Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Still on
Point
page.
of order, Somlo.
There's a point of order.
Point of order, Somlo.
Yes, Babkwala, point of order. Can speak.
Ngiyacela Somlomo ukuthi ungagcili kakhulu ukubuka phansi uphinde uyibuke lento yakho ukuthi siyaphakamisa.
Oh.
Ngokuhlipha ngoba kuba technical kakhulu Somlomo lento ka visual. Ngoba ugcina nawe wedwa phela ekugcineni. Mhlawumbe abakuTPs usithi acting city manager no legal. Izandla ziyaphakama lapho ungabusayinayo.
Cha, akuphakamisa izandla Babkwala, you submit igama lakho ufuna ukukhuluma kwi-item. Manje mina ngibheke phansi ngoba ngifunda.
It was a point of order.
No, a point of order or at least ngcono ungaphakamisa vele uyimemeze. Iyamenyeza point of order Babkwala.
Ivaliwe kodwa ama mic avaliwe.
Khuluma ke Babkwala ufuna ukuthini?
No, we went past Somlomo, but I was appealing, nicely appealing ngokuhlonipha ukuthi mhlawumbe uma unganyusa izinga lokuqalazi lo izandla kungathi mhlawumbe siyakuhlasela ngoba phela ufuna sikuhloniphe nje Somlomo sicomply kodwa mase sinenkinga ukuthi awusasinaki it we raise our concern ngenye indlela.
No, thanks Babkwala, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu ngalokho i-team engisizayo kungibhekela izandla is listening. We will definitely improve kulokho siyabonga kakhulu. City Manager.
Item number 2.2, hosting of gender-based violence and femicide webinar. Committee recommends.
Yeah, councillors, I've got Councillor Simo Gumete, the first speaker. Councillor Gumete. We are trying to unmute to this side. Yeah, you are now unmuted, Councillor Gumete. You can unmute yourself and speak. Councillor Gumete.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, the ACDP supported the item. We call on the municipality to reconsider our approach toward the ensuring of the scourge of GBV is reduced in our city. Women are victims not only people within the community but also by the government. SAPS, Metro, courts, etc. The manner in which our municipality handle the women in indicator that you are far from dealing with the biggest case in the society. Therefore, the ACDP calls more action in ensuring our women are protected. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gumete. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I first, on behalf of the IFC caucus, place on record our gratitude to this committee and the officials who have been responsible for hosting this event. Gender-based violence and the related crimes that come with it affect us all. This pandemic is so widespread that the United Nations organization this year reported that every 1 in 5 women and girls between the ages of 15 and 49 experience physical, emotional, or sexual violence by an intimate partner within a 12-month cycle. More disturbing facts reveal that since the COVID-19 outbreak, violence against women and girls has intensified because victims have been trapped in homes with perpetrators. May I draw to the attention of this House the horrific scene that unfolded in West Ham in Phoenix on the 9th of May 2022, where 33-year-old Jackie Naidu, a single mother, was ignominiously hacked, then set alive. Her partner of 1 year is currently detained awaiting trial for her murder. Only a few months before that, on the 29th of October 2021, Kireshni Pillai, a 25-year-old mother of 2 infant sons from Saxby Park in Phoenix, was assaulted by her boyfriend. She fell onto a metal rod, which penetrated through her brain. She died 3 days later. Mr. Speaker, this is a genuine need. There is a genuine need for this program, and one cannot over-invest in support of it. We are pleased that this program has been carried out for our employees in the municipality and hope to see more of it. We also encourage regular support into intervention initiatives for victims of abuse. We recommend that the city, through the relevant committees, and perhaps even through the Office of the Mayor, undertake public awareness and information sharing campaigns to provide a space for survivors to share their victories and strengthen victims. The IFC will gladly support this item. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Andepen. Councillor Mtetwa, SM Mtetwa, please try to unmute him so that he can unmute himself at the side. Councillor Mtetwa. Please, Councillor Mtetwa, raise your hand so that the Secretariat will recognize you. Then you will be unmuted. Babu Mtetwa sungakhuluma. Councillor Mtetwa. Yeah, Babu Mtetwa, please unmute your mic so that you can address council. You have been unmuted at this site.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker? Okay.
Councillor Mtetwa?
Let me use Lushabas.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Ngibingelela amakhansela nama-officials wonke. Cha le inhle kakhulu, Speaker, nomkhandlu. Ngoba sibonile izigameko eziningi zenzeka lapho omama noma besifazane nezingane zihlukunyezwa ngalendlela engagwenyisi imathe. Inhle kakhulu ke futhi ngoba uma siyithatha lesiyisebenza izobe isho ukuthi akho sandla esingena emkhakeni kamasipala. That will mean there will be no financial implications kumasipala wethu, and izo create awareness among our employees, and that will also go a long way with regards to being sifted to ama families alabo bantu noma labo basebenzi and the community at large. As the ANC, we therefore support the recommendation and urging other parties and all of us to do the same, and do it especially for the sake of our vulnerable women and children. Siyabonga kakhulu, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mtetwa. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
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 Thank you, City Manager.
On to page number 19, item 2.3, hosting of people with disability awareness workshop. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Z Nchazela, you are the first speaker on this item. Councillor Nchazela, please raise your hand. The Secretariat will recognize you and unmute you this side. You will therefore unmute yourself before you speak. We are still trying to find you, the easiest way, Councillor Nchazela, is to raise your hand so that in the system will pick you up easily.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Yes, you can address council now.
Angibingelele Somlomo nama-councillors ewonke. The program of creating the awareness, minimizing the stigma of people with disability. For too long, our communities and society are entrenched to the stigma of discriminating against people with disability. We have to create an environment in our communities and workplace where people with disability feel accepted equally and safety amongst us. As the IFP, we're going further that we also want people with disability to be meaningful and included in our economic sector. Preferential procurement policy in supply chain management must comprehensive as municipality. Although as IFP, we support the item, can Honorable Mayor tells us how many people are give contract? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nchazela. Councillor Ismail.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACC fully recognizes and supports the need for awareness around issues of people with disabilities and other social campaigns. We are asking that a distinction be made around what defines disability in its various forms. When we say disability, we immediately think of physical. More work needs to be done around intellectual disability, or alternatively, people with learning difficulties, like Down syndrome, for example. As advocates for adults and children with Down syndrome, and as a former chairperson of Down Syndrome South Africa, we request that such disabilities be recognized and included at such workshops if it has not already been included. We need to promote a program of self-advocates. Such awareness campaigns become an integral part of social inclusion at all levels to the individual's benefit and the community at large. This includes easy access to healthcare, sport, education, and employment. While this workshop has already taken place, we are indeed in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu.
Speaker, can I be using Councillor Lushaba's device, please?
Yes, you're welcome.
Greetings to the Speaker, the Mayor, and all the councillors present here. We, as the committee, want to seek the council to approve this item of the disability awareness workshop. This is aimed at increasing the value of disability awareness and make sure that people with disability employees are accommodated, to also encourage employees to disclose their disability status. The Constitution of South Africa protects the rights of all people in South Africa. Section 10 of the Constitution further provides that everyone has the right to have their dignity respected and protected. South Africa is party to international laws and agreements, such as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The CRPD seeks to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights by persons with disabilities. The CRPD further defines persons with disabilities to include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual impairments with interaction with various barriers that may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis. It is upon this basis that we as the African National Congress seek your utmost approval in shifting the perception and reduce the fear of disclosure among employees with disability. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Let's move now to page 19. City Manager.
In actual fact, yes, Speaker. We are on page 20, item number 2.4, which is the request for approval of records management policy. Committee recommends.
On page 20, 2.4, I've got Councillor Kwala. Councillor Kwala.
Angibonga Somlomo. Muhle-ke Somlomo uhulumeni wobumbano ngoba izinto ezikanje zisuke zizoba nama records ngendlela eyiyona. At some point i-outright majority politically iyayihlupha le management policy. Ngoba uyafica ezinye izinto kuthiwa kwasha ungabisazi ukuthi makushe ama-office kanti asinayo in-technology. So ngicabanga ukuthi-ke lo uhulumeni wobumbano esinawo la eThekwini usebenzile-ke nokuqhamuka nalento ngoba sekunesikhathi sagcina ukuthi i-revise. Ngiyabonga Somlomo, siyayisupport esi-IFP.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu baba speaker sibingelele. Sibonge nabo Councillor Gwala ngokusupport ukuthi cha impela uhulumeni wobumbano oholwa i-ANC uyaqhubeka kakhulu. Siyabonga sicabanga ukuthi bese kuyisikhathi sokuthi sibe nale policy and sikwazi ukuthi umlando namagugu kanjalo nazo zonke izinto esizenzayo zikwazi ukuthi zirekhodeke zigcineke ngendlela ephephile ukuze kukwazi ukuthi nezizukulwane ezilandelayo zikwazi ukuthi zifunde zibone ukuthi ke kwaba khona uKhansela uGwala emkhandlwini owayelekelela kakhulu kuma debates asemkhandlwini elekelela kakhulu futhi nasemphakathini wakhe ukuze izinto zethu zigcineke kahle ngoba eminyakeni ezayo kuyofanele ukuthi izingane zethu uma zifuna ukufunda zifuna ukuresearcha ifuna ukubhala iphepha ngobaba wayo okanye ngomkhulu wayo owayelunga lekhansela ikwazi ukuthi kwenze lokho ngokukhululeka nanokuthi sikwazi ukuthi izinqumo esizithathayo emkhandlwini sikwazi ukuthi sibuyele kuzona siyozibheka ngenxa yokuthi kwesinye isikhathi uma ngabe uzwa kuthiwa kunesinqumo esasithathiwe kwesinye isikhathi ungazi ukuthi kwakade kuthiweni ukuze kuthathwe leso sinqumo so ke ukugcineka kwama-record kuyasisiza kakhulu ey'ntweni ey'fana naleyo nasekutheni-ke sikwazi ukuthi umlando wethu nje ugcineka ngendlela ngakho-ke siyalisupporta kakhulu lolu hlelo siyabonga kona wonke ama-officials alekelelile ukuthi ikwazi ukuthi le nto ibe yimpumelelo siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Still on page 20, item number 2.5, request for approval of special leave policy for employees categorized in section 56 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000 and section 82 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 1998 as amended. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maharaj.
Okay, Chair, Speaker, the Minority Front supports this policy if it has been adopted by the Bargaining Council and if it is part of harmonization for all municipalities. Thank you.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 2.6 on page 21, review of eThekwini Municipality Communications Policy. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
On page 22, item number 2.7, request for approval of previous policy. Committee recommends.
Yeah, councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
There's a Councillor Ismail.
We submitted a list of to speak on these items here from 2.5 to 2.13. I don't see you haven't noted it.
Yeah, in the list I have.
Sayed.
In the list I have, there are no speakers on these items.
Okay, well, the email noted it as such, Mr. Speaker, so I don't know. It was for Councillor Sayed. For items 2.5 to 2.13, if Councillor Sayed may raise his hand.
From page 20.
That's noted.
Okay. because I don't want to blame you if you have indeed submitted the list. I'm not sure what happened to my team that received the list of speakers. But let's do this, because already, yeah. I'm trying to accommodate you, Councillor Ismail, because if you are saying you have submitted this, but I don't have your names here. Councillor Ismail, you want to speak on 2.6, page 21?
It was for Councillor Sayed, Honourable Speaker.
It's for Councillor Sayed.
It's noted.
Okay, Councillor Sayed, do you want to speak on page
2.8? Some Mrs. voted. They were 2.8.
Yeah,
Speaker?
it's not procedurally correct.
Yes, no,
We've
I'm
already voted on that.
No, I'm trying to get. You said, Councillor Sayed, you wanted to speak on page 20, item 2.8, eh?
That's noted from
Speaker, page 20, item 2.5.
2.5.
From 2.5 onwards.
Page 20 from 2.5. Yeah. You see, Councillor Said, I'm sure you will bear with me, because already those items have been approved. I will have to apologize, but I will give you a chance to speak on page 22.8. Could you please speak?
Speaker, with respect, Speaker, we've submitted our speaking points to your office, and I can't see why we were not recognized at the time. So even though it's been moved through, I'd like to speak on item 2.5, just on item 2.51 in terms of the policy provides parameters which we don't have access to.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that, Councillor. That's why I don't dispute what we are saying, that you have submitted the list, but also I'm saying to you, I don't have your name in the list, but as a chair of council, I'm deciding to give you a chance to speak while your name does not appear in the list in terms of the rules. I should not be giving you a chance to speak, but because you are convinced that you have submitted the list, I'm being lenient to you, and I've already apologized that I don't want to defend my team while I don't have facts in front of me. Hence, I'm making a decision to allow you to speak only on 2.8, because on other items already council have taken a decision. Please accept my apology and speak on 2.8, then the matter will be addressed with my team.
Thank you, Speaker. I think just to be very concise on all the items we wanted to speak of, we're requesting a deferment of all of these based on the fact that in all of the items and under the recommendations, they speaks to the revised communication policy. They speak of policy provides parameters. Now, if all of this is being put forth before full council to have it agreed upon, then they should have been tabled, these policies, for us to investigate and obviously look at what are those parameters, because those parameters can be ambiguous in nature and not give us a full understanding of what it is. So just to be concise and to respect the fact that you're giving me an opportunity and you don't have me on your speakers list, for all these items, that is the comment that we'd like to speak to as ACC, that if these items could be deferred and these policies be put forth before all councillors so that we can actually see what the actual policies are before we actually are in agreement. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. There is a proposal, councillors, from councillor side to defer the item on page 22, 2.8. I don't want to agree that all items will deal with item as they appear in the agenda. Currently, let's talk on page 22, 2.8, the proposal to defer that item, is the proposal supported? Any seconder?
Order, Mr. Speaker. Order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Order.
Councillor Reddy.
Yeah. Provision for a deferment of this item in this council agenda, but what it does do, it makes provision for a reference back. So I would suggest Councillor Syed fills in the form that says refer back, get that seconded, and I'll gladly support the reference back to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But Councillor Reddy, you will agree with me that it should be impossible for Councillor Syed to sign the referral back form and get the move apart. We can only have him making a submission and the submission being supported, because he can't sign. That's what I'm trying to do now. But my team will record that.
Speaker, there's a difference between the reference back and deferring the item. There's a difference between the two.
No.
So if Councillor Syed is referring the item back to the committee, then that
is clear. That is clear, Councillor Reid. We appreciate that. But I was addressing the part of him signing the form.
No, agreed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I get the seconder of
Truly Alliance will second it.
A reference back? Thank you very much. Any objection?
Speaker?
Any objection?
Yes, Speaker.
Who's speaking?
Councillor Graham.
Councillor Graham?
Speaker, I just honestly think that the reality is that these policies have been, through the committee, they have been circulated to party caucuses, and in my opinion, they've actually been handled quite well compared to how we've seen things done in the past. There was one policy that we had an issue with that was deferred back to EXCO, but I think that we all councillors receive the minutes of committees and the notes from committees, and I think we must give some credit to this committee for the efforts they've made to ensure that these policies have been well handled. This is not. This has been in circulation, I think, from March, and from our side, we have complained very loudly in the past about how policies have been handled. But I think governance is due some credit here, that there has been a reasonable attempt to ensure that this is done in a democratic and a fair fashion. And I know party caucuses were contacted to workshop these policies some time back. And I'm not sure that a deferment back to the committee, when the committee, in my opinion, has done its work, and that work is available to everybody through the minutes of council, is an instance.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham. The proposal is not being supported by all. I therefore have to divide the House so that we take a decision whether the proposal is supported. Can I have a screen, please? We are now voting on page 22, item 2.8, whether the item is being referred back or not. ANC?
No.
Chair, before we start voting, I need clarity, please.
Okay, Councillor Viz?
Yeah, Chair, you see, this item has come from a committee, a Governance and Human Resource Committee. Now, is the chair of the committee present in this meeting? Because that chair is to respond to the issues raised by Councillor Syed. And Councillor Graham has raised issues where she says that this has been circulated to all councillors. The chair of the committee needs to confirm whether that has happened or not.
Yeah,
now, the chair of the committee is sitting silent here.
Councillor Reddy, once the report is here, it's no longer a report of the committee. Therefore, you can't expect
Then
the
it
chair.
becomes the chair. The
No,
chair
no, no,
picks
no,
vote.
no. You
Yeah,
can't
the chair
expect the
picks
chair. Listen, Reddy, you can't expect the chair of the committee to address issues at that level. Once it's here, it becomes an ESCO report. Let's vote ANC. Those who are in support of
Speaker,
the
point of
matter
order,
being
Speaker.
referred back. ANC.
The ANC does not support the reference back.
Thank you. DA.
Nope. Thank you.
EFF.
Nope.
Thank you. IFP.
No.
Action SA. Action SA.
No.
Thank you. APC. APC.
Support.
ACC.
We support.
ACTP.
Support.
Against.
Thank you. AIC. Those who are talking, please be quiet. AIC. AIC. DLC.
DLC supports, Mr. Speaker.
ADEC. ADEC.
Against, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. APF. APF. ATM.
Against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama supports, Speaker.
JEP.
JEP support.
KZNI.
Against.
Thank you. MF.
Support.
Mosa. Mosa. Please, councillors, mute your mic, those who are talking. Mute your mics, please. Mosa. NFP. PFP.
PFP supports.
PRM. PRM. TA.
TA in support.
Thank you. UMI.
UIM support.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Against.
Thank you. Let's go back to those who have voted. APC. APF.
Against, Bam.
Oh, that's APC, eh? APF.
APC against.
APF.
Against.
Thank you.
Speaker, the APC is still on support, but they're saying against.
Okay, thank you. APC is against, yeah, correct that. Thank you. PRM.
Yes, Speaker. Hey, Speaker, we are experiencing a bad situation here of a network, but I'm against.
You are against, thank you. Thank you very much, Mosa. Councillor Motley, your hand is up. Please unmute yourself. Councillor Motley. Councillor Mutlu, your hand is up and you are recognized. This side, you have been unmuted. Please unmute yourself. Thank you, councillors. Secretariat, please tell the numbers so that we announce the vote and proceed. Thank you very much, councillors. Those who are in support of the referral pack, there are 9. Those who are against is 182. Then those who abstain, none. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether there were speakers on the list. If Councillor said you wanted to raise that proposal, of which I gave you an opportunity. Therefore, councillors, the item won't be referred back. That is page 22, item 2.8. Let's now move to, because there are no speakers here, let's now to move to page 23. City Manager. Oh, sorry, councillors, on the very same page, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 23, page 23, item 2.9, request for approval of secondment and transfer policy. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Not agreed.
Agreed.
Okay,
Agreed.
there are those who are not in support.
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's have the screen, please. There is a view that does not support the item. Let me start by the ANC. 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 You are for, against, or abstain?
The ANC is for.
Thank you. DA?
We in favour?
Thank you. EFF?
Abstain.
Thank you. IFP?
IFP for.
Thank you. Action SA?
For.
APC?
APC support.
Thank you. ACC?
Against.
Thank you. ACTP?
For.
AIC?
AIC support.
Thank you. DLC?
DLC supports.
ADEC?
Supports.
APF?
Supports.
HM?
Support.
Al-Jama?
Al-Jama supports.
JEP?
JEP support.
KZNI?
KZNI we support.
MF?
Support.
Mosa? Mosa? It looks like they're not part of the meeting, eh?
No, they're not here. It
They're
says
not.
0 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Mosa is chatting. Mosa is on the chat, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but they are chatting, but they are not participating in council. I don't know what is happening because, NFP is not here as well. Maybe they are connecting maybe with other councillors in one gadget.
Yeah.
Yeah, if maybe there are some councillors who are connecting with the NFP, please give us an indication so that you are being assisted, because it looks like there are many councillors who are connecting in one gadget to another. NFP is not here. PFP.
PFP supports.
PRM.
For.
TA.
Support.
UIM.
UIM support.
Freedom Front Plus.
Support.
Thank you. Let's tell the numbers, please.
Honorable Speaker, I've raised my hand.
You don't raise your hand during the voting. We are voting now.
Noted, apologies.
Accepted, thank you. Councillors, those who are in support of the item being carried through, there are 169. Those who are against, there are 2. Those who have abstained, there are 22. Therefore, the item is being carried through. Page 23, item 2.9. Thank you very much. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed? Obvious.
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Page 24, item number 2.10. Request for approval of the task job evaluation policy. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation on page 24, item 2.10 agreed?
Speaker, my hand is raised again, please.
Agreed.
Is agreed, councillors?
Speaker. Agreed. Speaker. Agreed.
Okay, there's someone who's saying speaker. Who's that?
Speaker, we have put in our names to speak on all of these items. And I think there is some confusion, Speaker. If I may be allowed to just speak to something.
Yes, you can speak.
Speaker, on all of the items starting out on page 20, going all of the way through to all of these policies, I make it clear as the leader of ACC that we have not been privy to any of these policies, and therefore we are moving to not agree with them. What we are requesting, Speaker, is that these be workshopped or at least be sent to us so that we can be privy to it and speak on the policy itself. How do you expect us as a party to accept a policy and move it through without us being fully aware of what we are doing?
Yeah,
so therefore, we're finding ourselves in this challenge, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor, for expressing your view. But your view does not mean that is a view of council. Hence, you are allowed that on each and every item, if you have a contrary view, you register your view. Then we follow the process that have been followed of dividing the house. Then we move with our agenda. Now, if you have an objection, you just raise it. I won't suppress you. Thank you very much. 2.10, page 24. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you. Page 25, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Page 25, item 2.11, request for approval of scarce skills policy. Committee recommends.
Councillors?
Agreed.
Before we support page 25, 2.11, I want to give Head Legal a chance to address Council. Babu Mhlongo.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. I just wanted to draw the Council's attention to a supplementary agenda. If you look at the item that we are considering now, towards the end, 2 paragraphs above committee recommends. It says, during the discussion at the executive committee, Councillor Madlala advised that the exercise undertaken by the committee to unpack skills for effective control, these issues will specify the following. Then it deals with the issues. That a report speaking to these issues outlined above will be submitted in the future meetings of the executive committee. And this was noted with appreciation. Now, if you go to the supplementary agenda at page 54, those details are included there and they run up to the end of the supplementary agenda. So when councillors consider 2.11, they must consider it in conjunction with the information contained from page 54 of the supplementary agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Babu Mhlongo, for that clarification. And also, while we appreciate that direction, we also acknowledge the fact that not all councillors received the supplementary agenda in time, but because I hope now you are getting that agenda, you'll note what Head Lickard is directing us, that the item on page 25, 2.11, there are more details in the supplementary agenda, those who have received it and those who will receive it later. Thank you very much, Babu Mhlongo. Councillors, with that direction and addition, is the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On page 26, item 2.12, request for approval of Performance Management Policy Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. I've got Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Speaker. We remain, as the DA, incredibly worried about how our city manages performance, and we are not satisfied that the review of this policy is extensive enough to cover the gaps that have arisen in the city's performance management system. The findings of the Mayoral Lekgotla, or the resolutions of the Mayoral Lekgotla, which were tabled in council, I think last month, made it clear that the way we currently manage the performance of our city's almost 30,000 employees is completely insufficient in terms of lacking proper management, proper controls, proper management of overtime, proper accountability management. And I don't see the kind of sweeping changes that need to be made in this policy to really address the core concerns. Some of the issues that came out of that that I think that we need to address are that more than half of the city's employees are claiming overtime on a monthly basis. We have now got to just before the end of the financial year, and numerous departments are being besieged by labour issues. Notably today in the West, there's a DSW strike because of an overtime issue. But overtime has become expected. The way performances are managed and bonuses are paid is run-of-the-mill. It's become routine that sort of everybody just gets bonuses, gets higher notches on their salaries without actually addressing the core service delivery imperatives in the city. And one of the key issues that came out of the arrangement is the way we manage performance and the services that are delivered by this municipality on the ground are fundamentally disconnected. We were hoping that this policy would address that. And the reality of the situation we find ourselves in is that unless we start to gain control of the performance management situation in the city, all is lost. We are not going to be able to improve services. We are not going to be able to improve performance unless we're able to control what our employees are doing. And that's the admission of our city itself, not just the opinion of the Democratic Alliance. We need greater control. We need greater management. I think that there also is a point that some of the policies we have are not the problem, in as much as the management of the policies and the implementation of the policies is the problem. But I think that the performance management situation in the city is at crisis levels to the extent that the policy needed some radical changes to be made that I don't think we have necessarily seen. So to that extent, the DA will abstain on this policy, and we would like to see some real committed work done by the Governance and Human Resources Committee to get to the problem of our performance management issues in eThekwini. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Graham. Councillor Madlala.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Madlala.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the ANC, we want to support this policy. We note the concerns raised by Councillor Graham and the concerns that have been raised by various other stakeholders in our city. This policy will go some way in resolving some of those issues, but I agree with Councillor Graham that sometimes it's not the policy per se. It's the policy provides a framework within which people must then function. So what we need to do is to ensure that the policy is in place as we support it, but we need to go a step further, which we will as a committee. In ensuring that management controls are there, we ensure that performance management is done in a way that improves performance, improves efficiency, and ensures that people of the city receives the kind of delivery that is commensurate to the kind of money that they pay to the employees and the number of the employees that are employed by the city. We will be bringing other reports to the executive committee and to council, which speak directly to that. So as the ANC, we support the item, and we thank the other parties who have supported us in trying to turn things around. We commit that we are going to improve things, and change is going to be noticeable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, already there is an indication that DA will abstain on the matter. Therefore, I'm forced to get the indication of the House. Let me have the screen.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, who's that?
It's Musa. I've been in this meeting and I'm batting to unmute myself. I think something wrong on your side. So please, can somebody help me here to unmute me when I need to vote or speak, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor Motli. We have been unmuting you several times, but you are expected to unmute yourself that side. There's evidence this side they are being unmuted, but apologies for that. We will make sure that we attend to that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Motli. Councillors, let me get those. We are in point 2.12, page 26. Those who are in support, those who are against, and those who abstain. Let me get an indication. ANC?
Supports.
Thank you. DA? DA abstain.
We abstain. Thank you.
Yeah. EFF?
Support.
IFP?
For.
Thank you. Action SA?
For.
APC?
APC support.
ACC?
Abstain.
ACDP?
Abstain.
AIC?
AIC support, Speaker.
DLC?
DLC support, Speaker.
ADEC?
Supports, Speaker, supports.
APF?
Support.
ATM?
For.
Al-Jama?
Al-Jama support, Speaker.
JEP?
JEP support.
KZNI,
KZNI support.
MF,
Supports.
Mosa, I'm sure now you are muted.
Yes, support.
Thank you. NFP, they're not here. PFP,
PFP supports.
PRM,
PRM in support.
TA,
TA support.
thank you. UIM,
UIM abstain.
thank you. Freedom Front, thank you. We have all voted. Eh? Yeah, thank you. Let's tally the numbers. Councillors, thank you very much. Those who are in support, 141. Those who are against, none, 0. Those who abstain, 53. I'm sure I'm clear. Those in support, 144. Those who are against, is 0. Those who abstain is 54. Therefore, the item, councillors, is being supported. Councillors, so that we place on the record, is the item 26 2.12 being supported or agreed to. Then we'll move to page 20. We'll move to page 26, 2.18. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. A request for approval of International and Intergovernmental Relations Policy Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Agreed.
Page 27. On page 27, we move to item number 3 on the direct exco reports. 3.1 is the amendment to eThekwini Municipality's Terms of Reference Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Anipen, you are the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFC would like to propose a reference back relevant committees on this.
Yes, Councillor Anipen, you look like you are talking too far, but I can hear that you are proposing a reference back.
Yes, sir. Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a seconder for the proposal to refer this item back to the committee? There's a proposal. His Worship, but Mayor, your hand is up. You are recognized, but Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We would like to request an appeal to all political parties that we support these terms of reference on the basis that as much as we acknowledge that it's not all committees who have gone through this, but these are intended to enhance the work of the municipality. especially with the offices of the municipal manager, the speaker, and the whip of the council. So if we delay this, we'll be actually working against our progress as a city. So we'd like to appeal. We understand that it has not been processed by committees, but it's very urgent that we adopt these terms of reference because there are gaps which the Act has identified. Hence, there are these amendments in place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob Mayor, for that clarity. But councillors, because it is now on record that the IFP is proposing a reference back, let me get a seconder if there's anyone who support or second the reference back. Any seconder? If there's no seconder, councillors, is the recommendation agreed on item 3.1?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
City Manager?
Agreed.
No, point 27. There's a report on page 27, item 3.1.
It's still part of
Yeah.
CPLE.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, councillors. Apologies. I thought I've got an item in the first agenda. Councillors, we have now exhausted all the items in the main agenda. We are now going to take councillors, we are going to take a 10-minute comfort break. Then we are all expected to be back after 10 minutes. Then when we are back, we are going to receive responses or answers from the Finance Committee as they've requested that be given a chance to respond to those questions. Soon after break, we'll give them a chance to respond. After their responses, we'll then proceed with the supplemental agenda. Let's take a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker.
Agreed, Speaker, agreed.
Wazukhokha nami imithetho mawuthi khona bufuna ukusho.
the committee from finance to respond. Thank you. Over to you, colleagues. Please unmute yourself and address council.
Siyabonga Speaker. Ukuphendula i-question ethunyelwe uKhansela uJonathan Anapen, sizophendula kanjena. Question number 128,000. Question number 2, 144,333. Labantu basoswa based on evaluation role and also applying. Question number 3, yes, icon register. Question number 4, aba outstanding njengamanje i-program yabo isakuma social worker nakwa OSS. Question number 5, izathu senza ukuthi delay i-process ingoma abanye uma ngabe bevisitwa abatholakali because lento ayenziwa ithina per se OSS and nama social worker. Question number 6, yes, i-unit inaso stock at hand izo-adjustwa as per ukubonakala kwabantu aba-approvayo. Question number 7, and also nakhona question number 7, umasipala waseThekwini awasebenzisi ama-prepaid meter for water okwamanje. Question number 8, sisa finalizer ukuthi izosebenza kanjani i-process yakhona. Question number 9, i-approval yenziwa OSS is repeated la into efanayo, question efanayo nale yadinga phezulu. What number 10, asikwazi ukuthi singacishi uma ngabe i-applicant isa-applyile i-application isakwi-process. Asikwazi ukuthi singacishi because lokho uma ngabe singacishi asizokwazi ukuthi it's either lowo muntu uzoqualifya ukuthi uyangena kubantu abantulayo abangakwazi ukukhokha noma abangeni. So once sequalifyile then kwenziwa i-review. Question number 11, kuthiwa ke la question number 11 i-unit isasebenza lolu daba bese beqedile bazobuya ke nezimpendulo. Unfortunately ngalesi sikhathi belungisa impendulo eziqondene
Councillor Shang, you have just disappeared.
Mina ngisaphiele
Yeah, ungasezwakala.
Answer ka number 11 ingazwakalanga.
Yes.
Okay. I-answer ka number 11 umnyango uthi ubusalisebenza lolu daba bazolifinalize next week. Bayaxolisa ukuthi luthe lufika le question bebengakaqedi ukusebenza lolu daba. That's number 11. Number 12, bathi cha bakabi nalo uhlelo olu-reflector ama-beneficiaries ohlelo lwabantu abahlwempu abangakwazi ukukhokha. Those are the questions for Councillor Anipen. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the second question. There were two questions. Huh?
Chair, eyethu ile eka Anipen le enye eyaka infrastructure.
Okay. Okay. No, thank you, Councillor Shang. We've agreed that we won't deal with responses from infrastructure today. Thank you very much for your responses.
Chair.
Councillors
Chairperson.
will now move to the
Chairperson, Councillor Mthetho.
Babu Mthethwa, you are recognized.
I want to disagree with Councillor Shang. This question is about billing, and billing issues do not reside at HSI, they reside at finance. So this question is as much theirs as the last question that she has answered. So we expect answers from the finance team, Chair.
Which question, Babu Mthethwa, are you referring to?
On page 9, question from Councillor Riona Kokul.
Or the question on page 9. Yes, that's why I was saying we are expecting two responses earlier when we were dealing with the agenda. That was an understanding that because we either thought that this question belonged to the infrastructure, but the meeting was corrected, and we all agreed that the question is directed to finance. I thought that when I was given an indication that responses are being prepared, when they are ready, I will be given a signal. This question as well is also included. But based on the response from Councillor Shange, it looked like the response is not ready to be presented to Council. Again, I won't allow a situation in Councillor Mthethwa where I force the committee to provide answers they don't have, except to remind chairs of committees and councillors in different committees to respect council. In future, we don't find ourselves in this situation. As I said earlier, it is embarrassing and disappointing to the people of eThekwini who expect us to do our job diligently and prepare ourselves before council. Excuse me. In that note, councillors, let's accept that we don't have answers on this question today. We will expect that in future or next council, finance will prepare answers on this question, but this should never happen again, councillors. Is an appeal. Thank you.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker.
Who's that?
Yes, it's Councillor Kaunda.
His Worship, Mayor.
No, thanks, Honourable Speaker. As finance, we only received this referral to us to respond to, hence there was a response, and we don't want to be part of the record where we don't respond to questions. So therefore, once it is directed to us, because it is only this meeting that is saying is directed to us, but in terms of the receipt of inquiries, maybe it was directed to infrastructure. So therefore, we take that it will be redirected to finance and will definitely provide responses. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bob Mayor, for that clarity. If maybe there was such a misunderstanding where a question is directed to a wrong unit, let us note that, and the team that handle questions should also avoid misdirecting questions, because once they're being misdirected, it means the committee and the council will be misdirected. Thank you, Bob Mayor, for bringing that to our attention. It will be addressed by the team then we'll then request that the question be directed to finance so that they prepare themselves for the future meetings and provide responses as expected. Thank you very much, councillors.
Speaker.
Let's move now to the supplementary agenda.
Speaker.
There's a hand. There's who's that?
Yeah, Mthetho.
Mthetho.
No, I just want to check for future reference, because we submit these things to your office. I would like to know specifically this question. Where did your office submit this office to? Because we want to check the source of this confusion, because we don't believe that such an issue could cause so much confusion. From your office, where did this question go?
Yeah,
we
thank
want
you.
to locate. We want to locate the source of confusion here.
Okay, thank you very much. The difficulty I have, Babu Mthetho, sitting here, my team is not part of this meeting. They are back at the office. Normally, questions are being handled by Miss Ranjin Pada in my office. He interacts with departments and chairs of committees. If there's any misdirection that has happened, I would assume that it has happened on her side, of which I have to take responsibility as a Speaker of Council, because they are supporting my office, and apologize to Council as I've done, and also apologize to the committee members of Finance for them to be expected to answer on something that was never sent to them. And we will attend to that soon after this meeting with my team, so that we avoid such mistake to happen by Mthetho again. But at this point in time, I can't give you answers, because I'm hearing it for the first time that some questions were misdirected, except to accept and take the blame and apologize to Council and make a commitment that in future we'll make sure that a situation like this does not repeat itself. Thank you. Let's proceed, councillors, with the supplementary
Point of order,
agenda.
Speaker.
Yes. What was that?
Speaker, it's Councillor Graham.
Councillor Graham?
I just wanted to also point out, Chair, that in terms of the rules of order, 27.8, the questions that come from your office are not only meant to go to committee chairs, but they're also meant to go to the municipal manager. And the municipal manager is responsible in terms of the rules of order for allocating questions to the relevant people who are meant to give them responses. I don't honestly think it's fair for a relatively junior administrative staff member to be responsible for allocating where questions go. This is the jurisdiction of the municipal manager, who's meant to receive these questions from your office, and he's meant to ensure that the DCMs for the clusters are then giving the responses to the chairs of the committees to feed back into council. So can you please also review that process to ensure that we don't have sort of clerical errors, because I'm fairly certain if it was happening like that, people would know where the questions were going, and senior officials must take responsibility. These are questions to the administration, not to politicians.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Graham. I agree with you. We are correct that what the rule says, as the concern has been raised with Council and myself, definitely we'll look at that and make sure that there's improvement. Thank you very much. We are now on the supplementary agenda. We will now invite His Worship the Mayor to present the second report of the Executive to Council. But Mayor.
Asibonge somlomo, sifisa ukuthola umbiko wesigungu esiphezulu sikamasipala waseThekwini kulomkhandlu wakho namhlanje. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Mayor, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The second report of the Executive Committee for the meeting of the 28th of the 6th, 2022 has as its first committee report of Finance, Security and Emergency Services Committee. Item 1.1 on page 3. It's a budget statement report for the month ended 30th of April 2022. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed? Noted, I'm sorry.
Noted. Noted.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item 1.2, budget statement report for the month ended 31st May 2022.
Councillor Graham, I see your hand is up. Councillor Graham?
Sorry, Speaker, that was an old hand. My apologies.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item 1.3, eThekwini Municipalities Public Tender Awards.
No, 1.2. We are on 1.2, eh?
Oh, okay. Item 1.2, budget statement report for the month ended 31st May 2022. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Babu Mteto, you are a speaker in this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, one must appreciate the report and thank officials that are responsible for putting together this very informative report. Because these kind of reports, we've always been getting them over the years. They lay bare the state of affairs in our municipality, but they also empower us to understand where the municipality needs to strengthen its systems, where issues need to be attended to. I think for us, the pertinent question here would be, what does the municipality do after receiving these reports? Do we just shelve them and forward to the next report? Because I think now more than ever, Mr. Speaker, we need to pay careful attention to the budget statement report, because we cannot afford to drop the ball after the recent disasters of the floods and also the looting that took place in July last year. We need to make sure that such reports empower us to be able to plan ahead. I think having read this report, Mr. Speaker, any councillor here would say, if we were to ask ourselves whether after reading this report, is it justified that this municipality has gone out to borrow money in order to attend to the issues of service delivery? The fact that we are owed, this municipality is owed mainly by government departments and also big companies like your state companies is an indication that we shouldn't be going out to borrow a cent, because if, Mr. Speaker, as we said in the executive committee as the DA, if we were to collect even a quarter of what is being owed here, what is being owed being a total of just above 19 billion, we would not need to go out and borrow money. We did raise this in the executive committee, that we don't believe that we are doing more. The municipality is doing more to make sure that people, especially these big companies who owe the municipality, are held to account, to make sure that they pay what is due to the municipality. How the municipality treats an ordinary man on the street, in that when they own the municipality, their services get cut off. We should apply the same thing when it comes to this government department especially. Another elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is this issue of Transnet. These people owe us now in excess of 800 million. There too, there doesn't seem like there's a political will to resolve this issue, so that we know who owes who, because we've always been told that this issue is still in court. There are legal avenues that are being followed. But up to now, no one is able to say to us, this is how far we've gone, this is what we're going to do, because at the end of the day, these people must be able to pay us if, in fact, this 800 million is something that they owe us. Now, the fact that it has taken years, feeds into this narrative that these people are allegedly politically connected here in eThekwini, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and nationally inside the ANC. So our view is that the citizens of eThekwini should not be compromised by the relation that exists between the Transnet directors and the political party, the African National Congress. The other elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is the underspending of our maintenance budget. I mean, we all agree that even before the April floods, our infrastructure was not coping with the amount of what is expected for it to deal with. Now, one wonders as to why is it that we underspend so chronically on the maintenance budget when in fact our infrastructure has always not been coping. Now that there has been this flood, we still underspend on our maintenance budget. Who should be held accountable here? Because at the end of the day, this amount is not spent, and people have got their houses flooded by sewage. People have got their roads flooded by sewage every day of their lives. Someone should be held accountable for underspending on this maintenance budget. The last point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of non-revenue water. We all know that over the years, I mean, from last year up to now, we've always been at above 54% of non-revenue water. This is just not water, Mr. Speaker. It is the money for the people of eThekwini that goes down the drain. It is now estimated at about R1 billion. That money could be used to attend to the issues of service delivery. So we shouldn't be treating this as just water being lost. This is money being lost, not just water. So someone has to attend to that. And I urge all councillors here, regardless of political party, to make sure that we hold administration to account, to make sure that we use these reports, the budget statement report, to hold the administration to account. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mthethwa, His Worship, Councillor Kaunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wonder what happens to Honorable Councillor